one of the, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Morning, Phil.
Welcome back.
Thanks. One of my options when I was trying to figure out whether or not I could pull off coming to the meeting 2 weeks ago was to see if I could share George Clemens' office. Now I'm glad I didn't.
Hey,
Hey,
would-
dodge that bullet. Yeah.
I went over to, during the power outage, I went over to Heinen's to see, the night before, to see if I might set up there. And that's where I was headed, except the power came back on for me. It was a great little place to future consideration.
Well, the power didn't come back on for us until the next day.
Yeah.
So
Right. I understand.
I'm,
Well, I guess it was a better thing that you stayed home, huh?
yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, baby. I was thinking of making $1 million. I was gonna send away for buttons. You know, remember when they used to wear campaign buttons? Everybody wore a campaign button. That seems to have gone away. Good thing too, because a number of people might have been punched this time around. But to something about I'm wearing a mask to save your, you know, something you could probably sell those pretty well.
All
I
right.
got 8:30. Are we ready?
Absolutely. You are welcome to start. the meeting.
Okay, let's call this meeting to order. First order of business will be the village administrator, Rob Portman, to speak with us about our voluminous notes, which are sometimes 26 pages long. And this is not a court of law. And now with the Zoom, we can go back and hear every little minute if we want to, but we need a summation versus a verbatim transcript. And would you speak to us, Rob?
Sure, thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you to the board for having me here today. I sent out an email about a week ago, letting all the board know that we're running into a little bit of conflict here with our staff time. We're attempting to, somebody's phone's going off. Trying very hard to provide quality meeting minutes for the Architecture Review Board meetings that capture the needed detail to describe the motions made. And the problem we're running into is the meeting minutes are harder to create given the level of detail and the discussion going on, and therefore become quite long and voluminous, as Steve said, especially as we have a lot of cases before the board. We're quickly running into the, actually we've exceeded the threshold of the number of hours that Joan can work as her position here is part-time. And we're running into how do we reach a balance here where Joan can adequately capture the meeting in quality minutes, but also stay within the hours that her position allows. So we reviewed the meeting minutes that have been done over the last few meetings. We reviewed that with Dale Markowitz, asked for a little bit of input, and I shared that with the board members. And what I talked to Steve the other day, and what I'm asking the board to do is, I know that there's a lot of detail and discussion on all of these projects that come before the board. A lot of these items are very important. And some of them do relate directly when the motion is made, some do not. But if as a project's being discussed, if you could maybe make some notes on what's important or what's influencing an approval or a rejection, and then quickly summarize those or give an overview of those as you're making the motion, that will greatly help Joan write down and communicate the reasoning for approving or for disapproving a project and sending it for revise and resubmit. That would, we're not able to create the level of detail, say like a court reporter style minutes that we have been recently. And I just want to try to get a handle on this because we're kind of at a breaking point for a staff perspective on where we're at. I'm more than willing to work with the board on this, and I know there might be some tweaking as we go through some different meetings here to make this work for everybody. But I ask for your help in this so we can reach a good balance and get you what you need.
I had commented after you sent out the email that looking back on, years of trying to figure this out, frankly, and Wendy most recently having sort of been the secretary trying to keep up with this, and then we sort of brought Joan in to relieve Wendy from having to spend more time looking down at her notes than up at the drawings, and nobody multitasks all that well. In fact, I don't think anybody does, but it seems like we can come up with a better way, and I'm using the Board of Zoning Appeals format where people are writing down, taking notes as they're listening to the conversation, and when someone makes a motion, that motion includes as much detail as they can put in so that they have a really good record of the high points. And I think when we were live and Wendy was participating or actually doing the writing, we did a better job of that. And Zoom has allowed us to not do anything except force it on Joan to go back over the meetings at the end or after the fact and just type in or type up what was said. And that's just, I don't think that was ever the intention when we made as we made this transition. So it doesn't seem like it should be all that difficult. There's a lot of conversation. There's a lot of repetition in our discussions and agreements and disagreements. It's just longer in Zoom. And if we can do a better job of summation when we're making the motion. And I'm a consultant, so I'm not really making the motions. It kind of puts it off on the three of you to do that, but we need to take this pressure off, and we don't need, Zoom has made it possible that anybody, I don't know if anybody ever went back and tried to listen to the meeting minutes when we didn't have Zoom, that were just taped, and it's awful because the miking is, behind us, and going forward, when we get back to real life meetings, I think we should do something to include this meeting as a Zoom meeting, even when we're meeting in the future. I think this has sort of changed the dynamic. Anyway, enough said. I think we can pull this off.
Yes, thank you for your comments. A summation could be something along the lines of, Wendy used to use the term, a lot of positive comments instead of two pages of all the comments. And I think that was very fair for most situations. But when a motion is made, I think the term bullet points is a good one to use here. So we want to hear the bullet points. We love this because we'd like you to look into changing 1, 2, 3, 4 points. Also,
But lately, what's been happening is the motion is to agree with everything based on all the comments from above. So
Right.
then you're asking me to go back and really listen, and I don't know,
Yeah.
and unfortunately, like say, Wendy will make a comment and then I might miss that and be like, oh, well, I wanted that comment in there. So, that's why I ended up getting into these lengthy minutes, because
Got to get it all.
the motions have been, to accept as, based on all the comments from above.
Yeah, that was Phil's comment on us getting lazy. That's exactly what that is. So
And
bullet
if
points.
I could ask if you guys, if there's something that you specifically want in these minutes, all you have to do is email it to me. you know, because a lot of times, some things that you guys will say, you know, the wording, when you're going back and listening to it, you can't hear. Even
Okay.
on the Zoom, you can't hear
Right.
everything. So,
All right. Well, moving forward, I think we have we're steering our direction. We'll be polishing this a little bit in the future, I'm sure.
thank you.
And speaking of minutes,
Thank you.
thank you, Rob. We have, we need to approve the minutes.
I move to approve, or Bill.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, motion by Naylor, seconded by Childs. King,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Childs.
Yes.
Okay. We have kind of a long agenda today. That was another question. We will address it another time. It may be important at some time to cut off the entries. Sorry, we don't have room for you, maybe the future. That discussion is for another day. 150 Village Circle.
I will promote panelists for that project.
Steve, a little background on this. This is up on Village Circle. They have an existing deck. What they want to do is open up the deck and put like a pavilion on the deck in the backyard. They have an in-ground swimming pool. Complies with all zoning. It's pretty straightforward.
Let me mention there are 2 phone-in listeners. I'm going to allow them to talk as I can't identify which project they are with. So if you're a call-in listener and you need to speak during your project, I believe the unmute is *6. So you're able to talk when you need to.
Okay.
Okay, I unmuted. This is Sue Zella from RSA Architects.
Okay, Sue, you're up, Sue.
Okay, good morning. Harry, are you able to display the drawings as you have been doing in the past?
I'm getting to them. They're up.
We don't see him yet, Harry.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. You see the agenda?
No,
All right, I'm going to jump out of here. Christy, can you come down for a second, please?
I think she's on her way.
All right.
Oh, that's good. I hope this meeting doesn't run too long. I've gotten a call from the Browns. They want me to try out for kicker.
Nice. I was going to say, after all this anticipation for these drawings, I hope you're not too terribly disappointed. It's not a very exciting project.
are we good?
Here we go.
Okay. We
Okay,
got it.
Sue, you're up.
So basically, we're just proposing adding an open-sided pergola over an existing deck and matching there's an adjacent shed, so we would match the roof and the pitch of the adjacent shed, and it would be over that deck that they're repairing right now. And that's it.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Let me get to the drawings here. There you go, board members. That's pretty much it. It's just a roof structure with open on all sides.
It's rough timbers, it's what?
Treated heavy timber.
What's the roof?
It would match the metal roof of the adjacent existing shed structure.
Okay. Yeah, I move to approve. I mean, it looks pretty straightforward. It looks like it's a nice addition to the backyard. Looks like the proportions are correct. They're matching the materials.
Second,
I agree.
I agree.
My second?
Motion by Childs, seconded by King. Naylor,
yes.
King,
Yes.
Childs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very
Pardon-
much.
Pardon me, I do have a request. I don't know if it's possible to get a final approval on this, since it's such a small thing and there's like no reason to come back for another session of review. Would it be possible to make this a final approval?
I don't think there's any logistical reason other than I don't see any reason to bring you back, honestly.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Pretty straightforward, and the swimming season is closing fast.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. They can open that pool up for the polar bear. Usually,
Okay.
So Sue, we'll consider this a final approval and you can get on with your day.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Okay. 25 Pleasant Alley, the old Rain Tree Building. We have an HSR on that. I found it to be an extremely interesting HSR. It does meet the standard, according to the evaluation, it does meet the standards of historically significant property. It's been there for a long time, and this and that and this and that. It's I think the only historical property I've ever seen approved that's essentially a basement above ground, but it does have that facade. And is there a picture of the other side of the building? Is there
No.
any windows? No, the other side.
Yeah, there's just a door.
there's openings where there was windows.
Right.
Oh, where there was windows. Okay, because they talk about these windows on the side, and I couldn't remember any windows on the side. They take great issue with the proposed overhead sectional doors that go where the past windows were on the north side. And they don't like the doors that are proposed that we haven't seen yet. So they definitely do not like the changes, and that is input into our decision, at least to some degree. I move to receive this report.
Second. Sorry.
Either one.
Motion by King, seconded by Childs to receive the HSR. King,
Yes.
Childs,
Yes.
Naylor.
Yes.
Okay. Chris, do we have anybody on board?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Yes, they've been promoted. Andrew's on.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Morning.
Hopefully I have some friends with me. Once again, I'm not
Yeah.
here to lead the presentation, but
Who's leading the presentation, Andrew?
I believe it was one of the architects or contractors for Chris Freight.
I have Durand,
I'm not sure of everyone's name.
Stephen?
Yes,
Stephen Durand?
yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, who's speaking?
So this is Steve Garand, architect.
Thank you.
So Steve, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you for your time this morning and inviting us to this meeting. We do have plans to renovate the building at 25 East Pleasant Drive. This does have a basement level, so we're looking at the ground floor. Just thought I'd mention that because I noticed in the report it mentioned a single story. There is a basement below. The idea is to, on the front facade, as you can see, to maintain that sloped copper roofs over the two existing glazed openings. We're basically replacing the wood framed single pane glass that's there now with insulated clear glazing and a powder coated black frame. Again, just to try to mimic closely what was there historically, but with a more modern, energy efficient window system. Maintaining the platform below and the articulated soffit above, with the exception of new signage in the center. And now as we're looking at the, obviously you can see the circular signage above the entry doors, and then the blade sign proposed on the side of the building, highlighted in the elevation. When we do come around to the side of the north side of the building, we are proposing to take advantage of two of the existing window openings to enlarge them basically and create larger glazed larger glazed openings. We are proposing overhead sectional doors so that those can literally be opened in the pleasant weather conditions, not to allow people to pass through, but just visually connect the inside of the building to that beautiful patio area adjacent to the north. You can also see the door for pedestrian passage from inside the restaurant out to the patio area being proposed in that side elevation. Now there is the existing hollow metal frame door that is the existing exit out of the restaurant area. And then as you proceed further west on the elevation, we can see the existing closed in window openings that we can also see in those earlier photographs. So we did read the report and noted the initial assessment of the overhead sectional doors as being adverse to the elevation. But again, our goal here is to open up the restaurant, allow that north light to come in and flood what's otherwise a pretty dark space. And of course, to make that visual connection with that beautiful patio area to the north. And that's what we're asking for approval of today.
I had a question. The two openings on the side elevation that used to be windows, are they going to be windows now?
Technically the two openings closest to the east or the front of the building are the ones that we're going to propose creating a larger opening. We're going to take advantage of those two existing window openings,
Right.
create a new larger openings with headers and put in the two 9-foot wide sectional doors.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the ones that are closer to the opposite end of the building.
Oh, the west end? At this point, those are proposed to be left. The frames would be left and the infill would be left. Not planning on doing anything with the two existing window openings on the west end of the building that you can see in this photo.
Okay, Harry, can you go to the front elevation, please?
Yes. There you go.
Sorry, I meant yeah, there you go. So based on this historical report, just to try to keep the integrity of this building and the feel and the look of it, would you be willing to maybe as a compromise to keep the existing doors? They kind of focused on those doors and just maybe refinish them. I know you're trying to match maybe that door on the side, but maybe that, since it's a side entry, that could just stay the way it is with the rectilinear forms on the top and bottom panels, but maybe keep this existing window. And then if you'd be willing to, again, try to, as far as the mutton pattern, these lights are running sideways versus what the original composition where they had the square windows, which looks like what you were doing on the side. It's almost like what was on the side elevation was what was used to be here. So I think if you could, make these look like the side elevation, then you have consistency with the light pattern and the muttons. I would be fine with the doors opening on the side elevation and have that mutton, but I think you have to have consistency. And I think we have to tip our hat a little bit to the original historical I think that door had some sort of like a line like this. If you could maybe do those couple compromises, I'd be fine with this.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those comments. Go ahead.
This is Chris Frazee.
The,
Can you guys hear me?
my question is on the doors. I agree with you, Bill, on the window configurations. It seems like they should be square or vertically rectangular rather than horizontally. But with respect to the doors, and I did not read the historical report, but those doors aren't historic. I mean, they aren't what was on there when it was
Yeah.
dry cleaners.
Phil, can I just jump in for 1 second on the historic significance report? Because I was just looking something up. I wrote the boundary increase for the National Register nomination that they refer to, which
Yeah.
did not include this section of town. It was north of the river. And then where this building is located, if you bring it into the Triangle Park Historic District, it's not built within the period of significance. It's built in 1961. So I question the historic integrity based on what the historic significance is for that Triangle Commercial District in the period of significance.
Yeah.
So with that said, I think we have some latitude on what to do with these, the proposed, with the door change.
Absolutely, and they're making
Okay.
a big deal out of the cinder block wall and putting, it's a cinder block wall. And putting overhead doors that fit the situation, I don't see anything wrong with this report we just referred to is a guide and an outside source of information. That's all it is. A quick question: the glass that we're talking about in whatever shape is clear?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You're putting overhead doors, but pedestrians aren't going to walk through them. Is that what you said?
That's correct. It's basically not to allow pedestrian traffic, just to open it both to the view and to air passage. There'll be positive pressure inside the restaurant, pushing air out of the restaurant.
So you can't grab your beer and walk out to the patio?
Not through any of the large openings. That's correct. There'll only pedestrian traffic will be restricted.
I may ask, why? I mean, this is a common thing nowadays, these overhead doors to open the number of nice days outside, make use of it. We've got a restaurant across town, I think has 4 of these, and it's wonderful. I'm just curious why you don't want your clients to walk in and out of the building in good weather.
Yes, if I could, I believe Chris Freight, owner, is a call-in. Chris, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Would you like to respond to that
Can you guys hear
question?
me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Absolutely. Hi, guys. I appreciate the time here. Our thinking is we want to control the flow. They will be able to access the patio when we do apply for the patio through the door to the, I guess that would be further west. That's the plan. You don't want people walking through tables when you're trying to eat, especially with everything going on with COVID right now. And hopefully that'll be long in the rearview mirror here soon. But that's the whole thinking. We want to control the flow of the customers, and there will be access to the patio though.
Yes, so on the side elevation, Harry, go down a little bit. Huh? No, on the page you're on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
right there, that's a new door. There's an existing exit door, but then there's a new wood frame door with,
The vision panel.
so,
Rain tree.
so there is a way out. This is, Steve, this is more like, the, I don't know, the burger joint that's on Main Street. They have windows that fold out of the way, but you can't get out there because they actually put tables on the outside.
A breakaway, yeah, breakaway window, yeah.
So if there's I assume there's gonna be a patio that,
Yeah.
Yes, there will be a
We're
patio,
planning
but
on
it's
it to be
delayed.
there.
okay. So I don't have any problem with that. I like the configuration of the windows that you're showing on the overhead doors. And I think that's more like what I would like to see on the front windows so that they're consistent all the way around.
Okay,
It'd be nice to see the overhead doors. I mean, that's
You
not an
mean-
overhead door, I don't think.
Say that again?
I don't think we're looking at the overhead doors. We're hearing about them.
Can I chime in?
Yes.
The overhead doors in this type, when they're closed, you can't tell what they are. They fit the window opening on a tight track, and they'll look just like a fixed window. And when they're open, it's going to look like a big opening, unlike the nano or sliding, which you'll still see the glass stacked or doubled over.
13.
I appreciate Steve's comment about function and stuff coming out, but I think they did a nice job with keeping this distance right here. Looks fairly consistent with the distance that they have on the front elevation. So to me, it seems like they're starting to try to tie the fenestration together as long as these lights are the same as the side. So I kind of like that, and it's still open and you still have that communication to indoor, outdoor. And to me, the garage door sometimes looks maybe not as historically correct for maybe Chagrin Falls versus this solution. It keeps the openings pretty consistent in the mutton pattern.
Yes. I'm sorry, I was under the assumption that an overhead door would go all the way to the floor, and that was a poor assumption. So that's where I was. I couldn't figure out how you're going to keep people from going through it. But now I understand. And all I'm hearing is we need to have the glass running in the same direction. What direction is that? And sounds like we're just going forward here.
Yeah, and if I could chime in one other thing on the front doors. The front doors were added when the building became a restaurant,
Yes.
when the Rain Tree originally opened.
Yeah.
Okay.
And losing them is, in my opinion, a great idea.
Yeah, me too.
I actually have
They're pretty rotted and they need.
Now, in the past, for the last, I don't know, 30 years, they've had a weather entry there. They had a canvas awning type entry, so the wind didn't blow all the way through the restaurant. I would hope that you would solve that issue in a different way.
That was put up.
I think I can address that.
Mm-hmm.
The canvas thing was put on a year or so after Grove Hill opened, as I remember. And it was because they didn't have proper air balance inside the restaurant. So when you have too much negative air, you're not supplying enough fresh air for the exhaust system. Then every time the door opens, you get a huge draw of air. And with what Chris is doing, that won't exist. They'll have the proper air balance. All the exhaust system and everything is going to be changed and updated.
Yeah, and we are
So
going to
there
remove
shouldn't-
that canopy.
Yes. Well, I love the Rain Tree dearly, but it did smell like an ashtray until smoke.
Looking forward to changing that.
That's a good way.
Well, interestingly,
Definitely.
one of the things that Chris has to rip out is the one-time separate smoke eater that was in the bar area.
Oh,
Well, I
boy.
think
It's still there.
historic. That's historic. It
It's
was still
already
there.
gone. It's already gone.
Okay, this is great. Something about the way the round sign looks like it was added after the fact.
I just need Larry's last name and are you the owner? Is that,
That's Larry
I'm-
Shibley. He looks like Fredo, but that's Larry Shibley there.
okay, I'm sorry.
Building owner,
Okay, you're the building owner. Okay, sorry. I didn't know.
no problem. No problem.
Would it be possible to move this sign just down here so it's within this field right here, right above it, so that this stays clean right here?
Yes, we could definitely take a
Sure.
look at moving that 4-foot circular sign down into the brick field.
Just to keep
No,
it.
I think that'd
That
be
would be
nice.
nice.
Yeah, it looks added, it looks stuck on. Okay, summation of our comments as we discussed. Reworking the glass so that it is more horizontal, more vertical, and that the glass on the east matches the glass on the north, more or less. And other than that, we're going along with your plan pretty good. The sign moving.
Just a note on the sign. We should treat that as a separate submission.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
Except we can dictate where the sign goes, and
That is correct.
that's the reference.
Correct.
Okay.
We want to.
Comments on the doors, because we decided they weren't historical necessarily, but
I think the new ones are fine.
that's it. Are they wooden? Are they what are those?
Right, what are they?
Black painted
Painted black
wood entry doors.
doors and
sounds
antique
good.
brass handles. Sounds good to me.
That does
Sounds
sound.
good.
Steve, do you want a motion?
Yes.
Move for final approval with window mutton pattern more vertical and consistent on facade and north elevation, along with moving sign down below cornice into brick field.
Okay. We're going towards the final approval. We'd like to take a peek at them before they're made. So we can get you going on this, but we'd like to see what you come up with.
Okay.
I second the motion.
So, wait,
Wait, so do we want to say with final window drawings to be submitted?
Yes.
Okay,
so it's a final approval. The motion is for a final approval, but we need to see the reconfigured windows consistently, and maybe a actual photograph of the overhead door that you're trying to match or you're using,
That's a good idea.
submittal of that.
Yes.
Okay.
with all final window drawings to be submitted.
Okay.
Do you want me to do that? I'm trying to summarize it for Joan. Do you want me to try it again?
Yes.
Or did we get it? Okay, motion for final approval with window mutton pattern more vertical and consistent on facade and north elevation, along with moving sign down below cornice into brick field, with all final window drawings to be submitted for approval.
I second.
Okay. Motion by Naylor, seconded by King. Childs,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Very good. Sounds exciting.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Okay. 71 Stan Ridge. Harry, can you fill in some background here before we?
Yes. So what you have here is there's an existing house on our property. It's about 4.5 acres. Part of the property does go into Moreland Hills. But the lot everything's consolidated, so it's one lot. They're requesting to build a new structure, more of a modern type structure. There are some zoning issues that need to be worked out before any permits are issued. You'll see They have the accessory structure, what we're calling accessory structure. It's a detached garage located in the front yard that needs to be in the rear yard per our zoning code. There's also a in-ground swimming pool located in the front yard. That has to be located in the backyard. Also attached to the swimming pool is living space. So that would be an accessory structure. Two things, obviously you can have the accessory structure in the front yard, but you cannot have separate living space from the main house. So those are some of the hurdles they're going to have to work through if they proceed to go with variances. I have notified both the architect and the property owner of the zoning infractions that need to be worked out. And I believe the owner and the architect will be panelists here this morning.
Thank you. HSR is it does not meet the standards of historically significant property for numerous reasons. The demolition of this house would not have an adverse effect on historical structures in the area. Before we tear down a structure, we need to know where we're going. And with the variances that I'm hearing we need, it's hard to know where we're going until we can see where we're going. And I don't know if that can occur today because we're waiting to hear what the variance approvals are. Let's become more familiar with them. If you could start your presentation and state your name, please.
Sure. Good morning. I'm Brad Owen, and I'll give you a quick background. Hey, Steve, how are you? My wife Ashley and I purchased Stanridge earlier this year, and as a quick background, Ashley and I both grew up in Chagrin. We graduated from Chagrin. We're both very involved locally, and we're excited to bring our two children back to Chagrin to start their education in 2022. We were on the lookout for a property in Chagrin for quite some time. And Stanridge is a really unique location. The property is extremely private. It's both not visible from the road as well as other homes. It sits on a little over 7 acres, and it's mostly surrounded by metro parks. Ashley and I both have a really deep respect for nature. I grew up on a farm. We were looking for a larger piece of land. We know how unique that is in Chagrin. And so that sort of became the precipitous of our design process. So we set the house back towards the ravine and really took the metro parks into the sort of the focal point of the home. We utilized a lot of glass and openness on the back of the home, which we realized is unique, but we feel that the property is also quite unique. We wanted to create a home that ultimately complemented the natural landscape while also respecting the village that both of us grew up in. We're looking forward to your feedback. We recognize it's a bit different, but we also feel like the home or the street itself has some different aspects to it in terms of being a bit more eclectic in Chagrin. With that, I'll pass it over to Brian Kaufman of AODK Architecture, whom we've been working with. Thank you. Do I see Brian here?
Let me see if he's in the attendee. Brian, if you are an attendee, I am looking for Brian Kaufman, correct?
That's correct. It may come up as AODK.
Okay, I'll look. Brian, if you're online, if you could use the raise your hand function in Zoom to identify yourself. We have over 43 people. Thank you. I see. Moving you over now.
Thanks.
There we go. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for your time today. And so just to kind of take you through this project too. So we met with Brad and Ashley earlier this year, and obviously getting out to the property. First thing, we were really drawn to the rear of the property and the views looking over the Chagrin Valley and the metro parks there. There's just some magnificent long panoramic views that kind of wind through the valley. So as we were approaching this, when they purchased the lot, there was a a small parcel from Moreland Hills, where it was all consolidated into one. And we wanted to take advantage of it. That little piece of property towards the end there was kind of landlocked. So we like the idea of kind of pushing the main living space, kitchen and everything back towards that so that they could take full advantage of the views. In doing so, and in that, it did kind of, you know, we tried to take this program and with it being kind of laid out on this lot, take full advantage of views and creating different experiences kind of throughout the property. So, you know, the kitchen's kind of separate from the living room, which is kind of separate from like the studio space and the pool and stuff. It's really meant to be kind of this connection of program pieces that you get to enjoy and have different experiences, different views from different spots. So that's kind of what we were going with. And not wanting to obstruct those views, it was kind of what was starting to push the accessory buildings kind of out towards the side of the main house versus trying to put it in the rear. We felt that was really going to block a lot of the really important views on the property. As Brad mentioned, you know, visiting the site, I did have some additional images and a presentation that I had put together. You know, obviously not being able to meet in person, but I just wanted to show, even if you go on like the Google Street View, as you make your way back towards the end of Stanridge there, the existing house can't be seen really from the street. There's a lot of you know, natural pine trees and everything in the front. We would probably even look to you know, to landscape that even a little bit more. So the house itself is really not going to be visible from the street. That image right there, you're probably more than halfway down a very long driveway already. So that is one thing that, you know, the house is very isolated. They fell in love with the lot and the property because they obviously have a lot of connections to Sugar Falls. Love the idea of having a property that's relatively isolated, but then at the same point, you know, real close to downtown so they can enjoy all those amenities. So that was what was really appealing about it. So as we kind of went into the design of this, we're about a 6,500 square foot home for the main kind of portion of the house for the first floor, second floor. You know, trying to go with, you know, some traditional aspects of the kind of gable roof forms. And kind of similar windows and horizontal siding and cladding and that. We do feel we have a little bit of freedom just with the fact that the house is pretty isolated, that we, you know, a little bit of a modern twist on it, we'll call it modern or that was kind of a look, but a combination of stones and potentially cedar claddings and potentially maybe some stucco. You know, we're just looking for a preliminary review right now as we're moving forward. I think the intention is to try to build, you know, in the spring. So we've got some time here to, you know, kind of make decisions and all that. But we understand that, yeah, we are with the accessory structures and all that. We're open for compromise and discussion on that. But it was definitely you know, we wanted to at least take this approach because this was, you know, kind of the desire of the client, how, you know, just laying out on the property, obviously coming from the kind of the main part of the house, wanting to have these kind of connected spines and corridors that would take both to the studio. Brad works from home a lot. He's very, you know, hands-on, like wants to have like a wood shop and studio type space, very, you know, creative thinkers. And this concept of kind of almost like you're leaving the main house to go somewhere else to be creative, and what that process is to get from one space to another to kind of set you up for that creative kind of thought. We feel is real important. And then also the, you know, the separation of the pool house and the pool from the main portion of the house, you know, one for it to not block the views of the ravine, but also for it to enjoy some different views of the ravine on the other side there. You know, we really like that. We tried to bring down the main garage form and sink that down as you approach the house, just so it wasn't as strong as you approach. And then, yeah, even the tower aspect, you know, trying to tie that in bring in some nice eastern light into the house, into the kitchen, through the breakfast nook and all that, so that we can get light into that kitchen space throughout. But even the way the house kind of staggers between the living room and kitchen, just trying to take full advantage of views, not trying to have certain program pieces blocking views from others, but then also, you know, take advantage and get as much natural light throughout the day as we can. Not to be overly long-winded, those are just some of our thought processes. Yeah, just a big thing is just how isolated the house is. The existing house right now, you know, no real historical significance, is about 330 feet from the street, and we're going to be going an additional 100 feet from that. So we're going to be over 440 feet from the street. So it's going to be really set back there. Yeah, I think that's probably a good point there. Open any questions or anything like that as well.
It's quite a project. Yes, I think it does fall into the modern category. The concern would be having as interesting a house and as interesting a complex as this too close to the rest of the neighborhood, and you have the land to move it back. I peeked up the driveway, like probably most of us did, to try to make sure how what you're presenting today would fit there, and I had no idea what I'd be looking at today. Having a swimming pool in your front yard sounds ridiculous. Well, it's less ridiculous when we look at the land that you have and everything. The decision on where the swimming pool can go is we're in an advisory capacity there, not that's a variance, and so we certainly need to know zoning appeals thoughts on that. I look to the architects to make some comments on where we are now.
I like this project. I think they did a nice job on the massing and solid void of the composition. I also like the loggia that goes out to the pool. I know it's contemporary and a little modern for sure in Falls, but it seems like it's set back fairly far from the road. And I think they did a nice job with the program as far as like hiding the garages and how they've got the view from the back. I like the different choices of material, like the tower. I think it's pretty well put together as a composition.
I agree with Bill in terms of sort of taking advantage of the beautiful site that they're located on, pushing the individual structures away from each other to allow a much better massing of the individual kind of places and spaces that they're creating. I think, excuse me, I'm a little concerned about the topography, but it looks like you're not altering, you're trying to take advantage of the grade that falls off pretty quickly towards the rear, I guess, west part of the property. And that helps to do two things. One, it keeps the structure, even though it's like a walkout lower floor and 3 stories tall, it helps keeps the structure from being too massive. The massing is really nicely done. I don't know how you describe something like this with the accessory structures being what they are, and not go over the amount of square footage that's allowable in our code for these structures. But where they're placed. Actually, do you know, Harry? I mean, I can't really tell from these drawings. Is it more than 750 square?
Yeah, the maximum you can have for accessory structure is 700 square feet. I think it was, I had a comment, I did some math here. Let me see.
And I can tell you what we have for square footage for each of those.
So I got it right here. The accessory structures added up to about 2701 roughly. Your permit is 700, so you're looking at an overage of about 2001 square feet.
Would that cover space in the pool house? Would that be constituted as the square footage too? Where you
Yeah, because it's in the front yard, so it's all part of that.
Okay.
So I think that's going to be your the major hurdle is getting through the BZA process.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had discussions, you know, the client and ourselves, just as far as, you know, what are some other options in there. You know, personally, we both really like it, and we do feel that the site does kind of allow for it. And I mean, with it being set so far back, you know, that just, it really goes with the concept of the house. And, you know, we'd be happy, we'd like to probably play it out with the BZA and, you know, hear from them. And that's, you know, there's just too much backlash on it, then we'll look at another option of how the studio maybe becomes a little bit more part of the garage structure, or how do we get to that 40% of that structure attaching to the house. We really like the way the drive comes down right now. I feel like the garage is pretty hidden. This split between the two allows for you to kind of get those views down into the valley, versus once we start bringing that structure in, I feel like we might be unfortunately using the garage and blocking some of that view. The bridge aspect between is just a really nice feature, and I think it plays off the kind of connected like portico going to the pool house as well. So it's just, we could definitely get the concerns. We know we're asking for a lot. We think that with the way the property and the house is pretty isolated at the end of the street there, and it's pretty landlocked with the parks. You know, just to put a house on that property to take full advantage of the landscape around there. I think that's real important.
One trend of thought that you will face is if we let them build a swimming pool in the front yard, then everybody and his brother is going to want to do that. So we can't approve your swimming pool in your front yard. But we're facing projects like this on some regularity. Only it's an acre and a half, and some of these it's a complex like this on a very small property. You have tremendous land. And I wouldn't hesitate to make it very clear that this is a half a mile back from the road. It's ultra contemporary in a generally not contemporary town. We've built, approved the building of very contemporary structures when they don't affect the rest of the town. They're not going to destroy the traditional feel of Chagrin Falls because they're buried. This is pretty buried. I would make that clear when you're trying for variances.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Steve.
Steve, do you want to, two things. I did send out notices to the property owners, adjacent property owners, so there might be somebody that wants to chime in on the demolition.
I don't know as we're headed towards the vote today because we don't have the variances, but we can certainly hear from the neighbors.
And then the other thing is, do you want to accept the HSR? What do you want to do with that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't we do that?
No, you just kind of
to approve the receiving of the HSR.
Second.
Motion by King, seconded by Naylor to accept the HSR as written. Thank you. And then,
sorry.
And then
I have one other question.
Go ahead, Bill.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I know you have the renderings here, and I apologize. Is there also elevations that two-dimensional straight on?
Not at this point. That will be the next kind of, that will be the next kind of stage that we'll go into. We've got our contractor that we're working with. It's going to be Block Builders that we've, personally in our office have done a lot of work with them. And we're to a point now where You know, we feel like we're all kind of heading down the right path. All really love the house. So next kind of process will be getting into pricing, putting together pricing drawings, looking at flat elevation, starting to cut a couple sections of this. Really starting to like look at materiality. I think, you know, these renderings are meant to be left a little sketchy right now, just to kind of hint towards what we're using as far as a palette. But we'll explore material options as far as the siding. Obviously, we like the wood look, you know, whether or not that's a cedar or we're looking at like a longboard product or something like that. We'll lay out some different stones and stuff. But yeah, that'll certainly be the next phase. We'll have all that for final review. We can have material samples and all that as well.
I guess what I would say is these renderings are beautiful and looks like a wonderful project, but sometimes these renderings can be deceiving from a two-dimensional aspect. So I think before you get into the final, I come back and just look at the flat elevations, how the masking, the composition goes together. Because one thing that I struggle with, I mean, I understand you probably had to do this, but to me, this form looks like it should come down so that this tower reads a little more prominent. Because then my concern is, how's this mass die into this gable, and then how does it die back here? And it's hard to see on the renderings. So all I'm asking is that I would just try to look at the elevations two-dimensionally so that we can see how the composition pulls together with the solid, the void, and all the roofs. That's all.
No, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think the goals in some of those flat roof areas is trying to keep them down under the eaves of the gable roof forms. So there will be some separation between the gutter board on the gable piece and the flat roof. That flat piece that you pointed to there, it sits over the like a breakfast nook. And like that space is being somewhere where
We need to keep the eye on the ball here, because till you go get your variances, you don't know whether this is your plan or you're going to drop to the plan B that you mentioned or whatever. So let's not pick out paint color here. Let's see what the project's going to be. And that'll come from the variance direction.
Okay, so we'll meet with the BZA next, and then from that point,
Terry would be the one to guide you through that. The thing is, we need to see where we're going before any building is torn down, and that's paramount.
I think that's fine. If we're not looking to build until the spring anyways, we have the time to go through that process.
And it might take that long.
Okay.
Do we have any neighbors? Yeah. Do we have any neighbors?
Oh, neighbors to comment on this.
I don't have any hands raised on the Zoom platform. If anyone would like to speak, raise your hand in Zoom. Nope.
I just had one more comment. I want to say that I as well think it's a beautiful composition, and I look forward to seeing further drawings and feedback from the BZA.
Thank you, Wendy.
Okay. Harry, we're headed towards the revise and resubmit under the circumstances?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I move that we revise and resubmit based on the inability to move forward until the variance questions are feared.
Second.
Motion by King, second by Naylor. Childs?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Naylor?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a comment.
Yep. Same to
Harry,
you.
you sent out the letters and all that kind of stuff. That's fine, but the neighbors couldn't comment on something they didn't see yet.
Yeah, I understand. If you want, I'll resend the letters out on the next submission. I'm following my protocol here, so.
Yeah, I'm going to say, because we can't vote on a demolition until the neighbors are in on it, and the neighbors couldn't be in on it today. We don't know where we're going today.
Okay, very good.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
So do we want to kind of wrap this up in a bow for Joan?
Yes, inability to act on the demolition because of the lack of variance approval. It's as simple as that, really.
We don't want to enter anything else in. I don't think it's appropriate at this point. Is that,
No, we can't comment on plans that are maybes.
so we've accepted the HSR and we basically said, oh, this is kind of pretty, but. And
We
then
need to know what you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This could have been a walk-in, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Good luck with that project. It's certainly an exciting project.
Next
Speaking
up.
of exciting projects, 17 East Orange Street, the cart before the horse restaurant.
Dave, I had to break this up into two, just because one was a resubmittal on a retaining wall. And then they also made a submission for the front door entry. So you could treat it as one, but we've got to treat it as two separate submissions because retaining wall was different from
Okay.
resubmittal.
First, there's an HSR on 17 East Orange. That's the old herb shop building. They started a project without any approval whatsoever. So we've got a half-built retaining wall, and now we're getting down to doing it right. It is, the HSR says it's certainly a historically significant structure. They go on and on about the front door, and the single leaf replacement door is inappropriate. And the whole treatment of the door, the surround, should be replicated. And the solution they have is inappropriate. It is historically significant and should be judged so, and it has an adverse effect on its own structure and those historic structures, of which there are many in the neighborhood. Move to receive the HSR report on 17 East Orange Street.
Second.
Motion by King, seconded by Naylor. Childs,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Naylor.
Yes.
Okay.
Harry, did you send the HSR under separate cover?
I did. It was sent, I think, Friday.
Okay,
If you didn't get it, let me know. I'll resend it to you.
yeah. So we have the front entry proposal first. Is that what you got up here?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe there's an architect involved. I'm sure Christie's bringing them online.
Yes, I have two people online. Daryl, is that
Yes.
you? Did I?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I
Yes,
changed
can you
your
hear me?
name. Yes,
Okay.
thank you. If you'll state your name for the record, that'd be great.
My name is Daryl Mapson from Tribe Architects.
Thank you.
How do you spell that last name?
MAP, like roadmap, SON.
Mapson. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Very good.
Daryl, just so you know, and just for the record, I did get a call from property owner Ronnie Curtis. I think he wanted to attend this meeting, but I didn't have him listed as a panelist. So I had mentioned to somebody that please let him know. So,
I have a hand raised. I'm working to identify that person and move. them
okay,
over.
great. So Daryl, we'll turn the floor over to you. You can talk about the front entry.
Okay, I thought Prospectus did a really good job on the historical review of the building, and we've been trying to proceed with respecting the historical value of the building. The one problem we have with the double doors that they want to remain is that right now you're looking at the white doors are porch doors, and they open out. Inside of those are wood doors, existing wood doors that open in. The porch doors are too small per the building code. We're required to have a 3-foot door to exit the building. So that's the problem. Now what I'm proposing right now is to remove those porch doors and turn the interior doors into one door. So they would retain their double door appearance, but open as a single leaf. as a single leaf, and that would open out. And we would maintain all of the molding and trim that's going around right now. We would repair that and restore that. That was one of the other items brought up by the historical review. So that's our proposal at this point in time. The leaves right now are about 2'6". So that's much too small for the 3 foot required by the building code to get in and out of the building for public building and even a residence. So that's our proposal right now. The appearance will remain the same, but it would be a single leaf. So that's our response to the historical comment there.
So the door that you submitted, this door is not going to be used?
No.
Okay.
No, it's actually too large, and we hadn't had the historical report prior to this door being chosen.
Do you have a drawing of that or a detail of how that all, that door, how that's going to work?
No, because it just came to me last night.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to respect the committee. I understand the 2-leaf, but we had to deal with the actual code item. Right now, the 2 interior doors are 2 foot wide, so it would be a 4 foot wide door. We butt those together, redo the hardware, and it will become one single door with the appearance of a 2-leaf door.
Now, are you saying interior and exterior, what you have, and is there a plan? Interior, oh, there we go. Okay. So you, what you're talking about is removing, I'm trying to understand here. I'm looking on page A2.
Right, removing the exterior porch white doors.
We'll call them storm doors.
Storm doors, correct. Removing the storm doors. Then we're left with a double leaf wood door with a full height light in those.
So inside where you say new aluminum glass door window system?
Correct.
To create your vestibule.
Correct.
And
okay,
then,
you see the dash, right? You see the dash line there right now at the entry door? Those are the 2 existing wood doors.
Yep.
Which we would butt together, reverse the hinge so it swings out, and remove the existing white storm door.
Okay,
that's
so
our
then
proposal.
We go back up to you'd have to modify the frame, the existing historical frame on that pair of storm doors in order to accomplish what you're talking about. And do you still meet code? If that door is 4 feet, I don't think what you have already built works for accessibility from that door onto the platform and into the lift that you're proposing.
Okay, can we go back to the floor plan, Harry?
Yes.
I don't think you have enough square footage there to pull that off. And I think we need to understand how is there a way to get into this building from the rear for handicapped accessibility?
No, we looked at that, and that's pretty, we'd have to build a 60-foot long ramp. Right now, see, Harry, if you go to drawing 1.2, let's see, 1.2, one of the NEF drawings. It's a colored rendering,
Okay.
site plan.
1.20.
Yeah, yeah, 1.20. I think it's high back, Harry. Let's see, yeah, keep going. I'm looking at it, but
I don't know if I have that.
It's about halfway down, Harry.
yeah,
Is it
right.
a picture or just a rendering?
It's
You're
a site
scrolling now.
rendering. It's a site plan that's colored in.
Keep scrolling up, Harry.
Yeah.
Next,
This?
that's it.
Right, right. Okay, now you can see the ramp, how the ramp, the lift interacts with that stoop.
Yeah. I don't have the dimensions, but what I see, I don't understand how that could work.
I think we're required to have a 5-foot square platform clear of any impediment.
Right.
Can you scroll down so I can see just a little more of the building? No, the other way. Scroll the other way. Yeah, no, oops. There you go.
This is Ronnie Curtis. Can I make a comment, please?
Sure.
Absolutely, Ronnie.
Obviously, putting a lift and modifying the entrance is very expensive, and it is very costly for the owner, well, for the restaurant operator. And we evaluated early on in the process, were there other ways to get into the building other than a lift and modifying the doors? If you go towards the side of the building, there's a chimney that pushes out from the side, so it's not a straight shot. There is some landscaping that goes along the side there, but then the parking deck,
correct,
it runs along there. So it's you wouldn't have enough room. Yeah, there you can see it.
Not on that side at all.
You wouldn't have enough room to go along the side to get around to the back door. And as a practical or design problem, that back door goes into the kitchen, and you can't bring guests in through the kitchen. So as a practical matter, I mean, to me, that was the most obvious thing. But once the interior got designed, you just can't bring people into the kitchen, period. That's
the kitchen exists.
The kitchen is on the interior where those back two windows are. That's going to be the kitchen area, and that's the only place.
You haven't built the kitchen yet, but that's where you're planning on it.
Right. We have a floor plan. We have a floor plan of it.
That was the plan that was submitted to the state, and it's the only, in designing on the interior, that was the only place to put the kitchen was the interior. But if you look at that chimney, you just don't have enough room for wheelchair access to get by that chimney to go around to the back.
Have you looked into converting that window that's to the south of the chimney facing the facade into an entry?
That's where the restrooms are
Have
going.
enough of a slope? Yeah, can you reconfigure so that you can take the ramp up of that west elevation and convert that window into a door and
It's
make
not wide enough.
entry?
It's not wide enough to put a header in there and to bring people.
Oh,
in.
there's not enough width. There's not, what is it?
There's not enough width there. Correct. I mean, obviously a 3-foot door needs.
Or I would suggest perhaps making another punch on the west elevation into that sidewall before I would start to really change this. That main entry is a high character defining element of this building.
And we want to maintain the integrity of the building without question. I looked at other buildings in the area. I'm sure all you are familiar with it. There's the AT&T switching station next door, so there's no historical building next door. Across the street would be the closest, the Cuffs building. They have modified one out of 2 of their front doors, and then the remainder of the doors on the residential homes farther down that start on the other side of the AT&T building. Almost all of them have modified their front entrances. I think there's maybe two or three at most who have what appears to be an older door, not contemporary doors. This we thought would be the least obtrusive, and the biggest issue is the federal law for handicap accessibility. The building was never accessible, and it's been an empty building for 2 years, and the accessibility was certainly an issue. And this was the least impactful way to address the accessibility. The ramping would create aesthetically or visually, it would just be horrendous because you
Well,
have to.
I'm not talking about a ramp to the front. I'm talking about a ramp to the rear.
Well, to the rear, we don't have the room. We don't have the width. If you look between the chimney and the retaining wall for the garage, you just don't have the width.
Can you get there
And-
on the east elevation?
No, you have to go, we don't have the accessibility there because you've got a stairway that juts out almost to the property line. I don't know if you can see it there. You see where that gutter is angled? There's a stairway going to the basement there.
Mhm.
So you'd have to come out almost to the property line. Well, the stairway goes almost to the property line. That's why we designed the lift to the far left of the front entrance. The owner, the owner of the restaurant went to great lengths to try to find an architecturally compatible
Philip
door.
O'Neill, 216-280-1715
I'm sorry.
at approximately 10 a.m. on Tuesday.
Oh,
Hello?
Phil, you need to mute. Other
Oh.
Phil O'Neill.
The owner of the restaurant went to great lengths. There's a Rebuilders Exchange downtown where they recycle antique elements of buildings. And she spent some time there looking through various doors and was hopeful to be able to use that one door. But the architect's suggestion of combining the door, making it one door, I believe is satisfies the concerns set out in the consultant's report. And there would appear to be enough room on the platform to open the door. You pull it, it would be hinged right. And that way when you come up the lift, you come in there. Frankly, if the accessibility wasn't a concern, we'd leave it the way it was. But in order to comply with the federal law, they have to provide accessibility.
I'm unclear on the storm doors are being removed. There's a window above them. What happens with that? There's never going to be storm doors additional added. So it's 2 storm doors and the framing and the window above them are removed. And what replaces them?
No, the window above would not be removed. The window.
Transom light doesn't get removed.
That
Okay.
stays the same. The door that's there now, those storm doors were added, I don't know, those were not original. Those are just wood storm doors that were added at some point. But
Yeah.
the actual door that the analyst or the consultant was concerned with is a double door. It's very similar in size to what you see with the storm doors. But the architect's suggestion of physically making that one door and then I believe hinging it to the right.
Yes, I understand the proposal. Was that transom window there way back?
We've owned the building for about 20 years. It's been there
I'm
as
talking
long as
about
we've owned the
way
building.
back.
Yes.
The picture shows it was
looks like
not there.
it would be. I'm looking at the historic photo.
Right, the historical photographs show the transom being there in the
Well, there's
original
one-
structure.
Be like an elliptical window. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there was something there, but I don't know if it was the same. I don't know if a window was there. I saw one of the pictures. Yeah, if you look at that picture right
The
there on the bottom,
glazing's probably been replaced, but the
right
shape.
there, you see there's no, go,
Yeah.
there you go.
That's a good one.
It looks at some point, a window was put in there. I don't know when that was done.
We got to save that door.
The door actually needs to be reconditioned. The door itself is not in good condition,
I'm
but
sure it
by
does.
turning it into one door will take some effort, and I'm sure the contractor has the ability to restore the door to one.
Before I would do that to the door, I would entertain the option of punching an opening on that west elevation into that brick wall before I would start reconfiguring the existing front.
If you look at the plan,
Yeah,
there's no place to do that. There's 2
you can't
bathrooms.
do it
There's 2
because of the
toilet rooms.
garage and the topography.
No, there's
Correct.
lavatories there.
Oh, the lavatory's there. Oh, okay.
The,
And
the
that's
other problem,
existing?
the other problem with the ramp is
There.
if we go from the parking lot, from the patio, our lowest level where the handicap would enter the property, there's a 5'4" height difference to the first floor. which
Okay.
would
So you have a
require
slope problem. Yeah. Okay.
correctly, that would be a 60-foot long ramp, plus or minus. And that
Okay.
doesn't include the landings every 30 feet. And it would include retaining walls once we'd have to dig into the slope.
Yeah, I'm not happy with the,
Oh, isn't he too much?
I'm not hearing Phil
Bill
anymore.
Keff, I'm sorry, this was Christy. I muted you on accident. If you could unmute and resume.
okay.
Thank you.
I'm not pleased with the solution that was achieved here, and even less excited about
Bill, you dropped out.
He's coming back. Administrative error. Phil, go ahead and unmute. I'm sorry. This is Christy.
Did I do that?
No, that was me. I'm sorry. I'm
cut
trying
you
to,
off.
I'm getting the Phils mixed up here. So resume. Thank you.
Okay. Anyway, I don't believe that I don't particularly care for what was here, and I'm not pleased with how we got where we are. But I understand now, how Daryl got where he got in terms of configuring this so that you can, get this building occupied and create a way for the public to be able to actually use this. So that having been said, I think the proposal to modify the existing doors and change the swing is a practical solution. I do not believe that you can swing that 4-foot wide door. I don't think are you sure it's 4 foot wide? Or might it be 44 inches or something?
No, it's 4 foot. The leaks right now are 2 foot each.
2 foot each, okay.
Mhm.
So you only have an 8-foot landing. You got a swing coming out, whether you swing it right or swing it left, that from a handicap standpoint, you have to have enough offset for the 12 inches and the 18 inches inside and outside for exiting. By the time you swing
Correct.
that door out, you don't have a 5-foot turning radius at the top of that landing. And
Okay.
the practicality of no matter what you do, unless you keep what you proposed or something like it, frankly, I'm looking at your plan on, I don't know what sheet this
1.2,
is.
1.2.0, 1.2.0.
I'm looking at A5.
Okay,
Which
A5.
shows the landing configuration.
Okay, gotcha.
I think you've got issues. If you're trying to imagine a handicapped person coming out of that 3-foot door that you drew and turning at the top of those stairs to get into that lift, did you get approval on this from the state? Did they not give you some grief on this?
No, they did not.
I think it's kind of scary, and so I'm just speaking from a architectural, ADA compliance, safety, all that stuff. To my opinion, this building's been here for 130 years. It's going to stay here if we can help it, and all of this stuff can come back off. So if we want to keep this building as a viable option and we have people that want to, you know, that have spent money and want to get a restaurant into this building, then we have to find a way to accept what practical changes are needed to make that happen, and come up with some way to save what might be damaged on the outside of this building, so that it can get put back at some point in the future. But I'm really concerned about, I don't think you have enough, you know, when I draw this stuff, and I've done a lot of handicap stuff for restaurants, and I always use a turning radius. I want to know how this works, and that the turning radius is within, that the swings are not within the turning radius. I think you need to add width. You may need to add depth. And so.
You're speaking of
We
the
can
land.
increase that. Yes, we can increase the landing size, Bill.
Yes.
We can increase the landing size to get the 5-foot turning radius in between the, in between the two door swings. The new proposed 4-foot swing and also the handicap lift swing.
Yeah.
That's no problem because we're rebuilding this entire porch, so it's not a problem to increase that size.
Okay, is this the original drawing or? No, it's not. Yeah, you haven't made any changes yet, Carol.
Correct.
I just had a few comments. I appreciate your difficulty getting into the building and the access. It looks like it's fairly difficult looking at the floor plans. And my two comments would be, and again, I appreciate it's tough to get this access in for wheelchair. All I would say is it possible, and I know you're tight over here, but is it possible to somehow put some sort of a landscaping here, have this path come down here and just kind of go around to kind of hide this piece so you don't even know it's here, with still maintaining all the, the circulation and stuff, or maybe it's even a little farther up here just so you could kind of block the lift. My other comment is, oh, go ahead, sorry.
That is proposed, Bill.
Oh, sorry.
If Harry goes back to, if Harry goes back to the, yeah, keep going. Yeah, right there. That's a landscape area.
Right, but what I'm saying is, I totally understand this. All I'm trying to say is there a way to almost block this somehow and then have the path here, then go in, so you just don't look down this path and see this contemporary.
Right, right. I
lift.
see what you're saying. We can move that sidewalk over, okay? Expand our existing planning bed and enter the lift at 90 degrees.
Right.
So from
this is all
East Orange
Orange
Street.
And the paths here. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Correct.
Apologize. Go ahead.
So right, and we could expand the existing planning bed so you wouldn't even see the lift from East Orange Street and enter it at 90 degrees.
Right. My second comment was this door situation. Is it possible? To me, it appears, I've never been in this building, but it appears like this is a vestibule back here, correct? And then these double doors are back here.
Correct.
Is it possible?
No, they're actually.
Are they back? They're back here, right?
No, they're right next to the porch, the storm door, right behind the storm door.
There's
So
a
they're
planned
directly
vestibule. There's
at
currently
that?
no vestibule.
Oh, okay. It looked like there's a little distance here in your floor plan. So they're just directly right in the back.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I thought there was somewhat of a distance back here that you could start the door back here and I don't even know if this is possible, so you don't see it right on the front elevation and kind of help avoid what Phil was saying and help avoid making this platform larger Is there any room to do like a vestibule and just have this open, taking the doors off, putting the two doors together and having it swing like that? So the swing's in here and this stays clean here. It's just a
Well, the
thought.
one thing the Historic Society was very adamant about was having the two doors, the two-leaf door look on the elevation. So by recessing it, I'm not sure how that affects the historical value of their comments.
What I
Are
was
you
getting
planning
at,
on reinstalling a storm door?
No, we're going to remove that completely.
Okay.
yeah, what I was trying to say, I didn't mean to eliminate the door. I was still saying to put the two doors together, do the same exact concept you're saying. I was just trying to, instead of having it right on the front, because right now those are just two storms, and the actual doors that are the beautiful doors, right, are behind the storm doors, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
So all I was trying to do is move it back a little bit.
Your idea is a good suggestion. The practical problem is we would be opening up the basement to the weather. You'd have to obviously reconstruct the entire front. There's a basement right underneath that. So
Okay.
you'd be.
Yeah,
it
you're
would be-
exposing old floors and structure to weather.
Okay.
Okay, one more shot at this. So another option might be to affix the existing double doors in opening to the interior, but just fixing them. And then can you install a new window that has mostly glazing on it? You know, a glazed window on the front. Because I do think that big door is just going to be awkward to try to move. And it really impacts it to glue it together or, you know, make it one solid big door. Just another idea.
Yeah. I can't really tell what's inside. It looks like they've built out. I'm on A2, Harry. It's probably 3/4 of the way down. Yeah. Oops.
It's A3, sorry.
So
I know it's hard when you're driving in the wheelhouse here.
that's it. That's it. No.
Yep.
Yeah. Move it down. It's
Okay,
right there.
there you go.
So what you're saying is the vestibule that they're talking about building, try to exit out the side of the building?
You asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what.
No,
what
I
your
was just
suggestion?
looking at those existing doors, just fix them in an open position and then create a new wood window or wood door on the outside that is mostly glazing so that you'll be able to see. Well, that doesn't really work. I'm trying. Never mind. You guys are the architects. I am not an architect, obviously, but I want those doors.
Yeah, I think, you know, an option is to try to not destroy those doors, but build a set of doors, a single door that fits within the opening that can be removed in the future.
Yeah.
That accomplishes, it maintains the historic appearance, but is slightly smaller and structurally sound, because I don't think that you can take a 130-year-old pair of doors and do anything but destroy them when you try to attach them, you know, physically together. So if we can come up with a viable solution that makes a double arced custom door that looks as original as we can make it, that the existing pair of doors gets saved and set aside for when somebody says, why did you take those doors off? And we're saving the building as best we can. I don't like the awning I guess that awning was there, and I don't like the proposal of keeping it. But we have to solve this solution so that we're not destroying the integrity of the building, but we are allowing a 21st century use.
I think your idea is, as the building owner, I think your idea is welcome. We would preserve those doors, and regardless, I, as the owner, was planning on preserving those doors. So if I understand what you're suggesting is find a compatible door that fits that opening and aesthetically similar, although not a double panel door, or two panels.
Right.
And then storing those doors for some future time if that ever became appropriate.
Or I would leave them there in a fixed position, just leave them open.
We can't.
You can't do that?
We can't do that.
There wouldn't be enough room.
Okay.
Because we can't, Wendy, we can't go, we can't expose the floor and the structure by like recessing a new door back,
Okay.
and hiding it. And if you leave the doors open, they're just gonna get destroyed because they weren't built to be exposed to the weather.
No, I'm still talking about putting that storm door in the front.
Oh, you're saying leave
Storm
them
door in
open.
the front.
You're
and
saying
then
leave them
fix
open
doors
on the inside.
Yes,
Oh,
and
yeah.
have a whole nother door on the front, but then that historic fabric is still there, it's still intact. And it allows the owner to have a new door that will function with all this lift and landing and ADA accessibility going on.
I think that might be possible.
We
Yeah, I
will
was gonna say,
certainly-
couldn't you like, I don't know if I have the proper terminology, but build like a glass enclosure, have your 4-foot door with aluminum extrusions on either side. So it's all, and then you have like side lights on either side of that 4-foot door. So when the door is closed, it's all glass, but you still see the wooden door inside.
So you're suggesting a glass door where the existing doors get propped open during business hours and then closed afterwards.
That's what I
Almost
was
just like
thinking. I don't know how the board thinks about that.
I'm just wondering if the aluminum, that's a good suggestion, but I'm wondering how the aluminum then would look to maintain that.
Yeah, that's what I was,
door.
right, exactly.
Why aluminum?
Or you can do wood, so maybe just a solid wood door. I'm not solid door, but a glass wood frame with a wood door with a full window, a full light door. That's an interesting
This is how we handle it in commercial buildings. When I do historic tax credit projects, you try to maintain that historic fabric and then do something very simple and unobtrusive, such as this highly glazed front door. And I just offer that as an option. And I do understand this is very challenging, and I am very supportive of getting somebody back into this building and able to use it in the 21st century.
So I would, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if I understand you correctly, you're talking about leaving those doors there. I'm just wondering if we have enough width in the structure to put another door in front of it. Although we have storm doors there, the wood storm doors, the jamb is not very wide. And I'm just wondering if we have enough width there to accommodate another set of, or another door.
Well, first of all, you're building a vestibule.
On the inside, yes.
On the inside, and that could be glass and insulated, and then what's on the outside could be for Steve, to answer Steve's question, it's aluminum because it's lighter and it's and can be built with smaller jambs and casings, or jambs and stiles and rails on the actual door. So these doors are not terribly tall. They're probably 7 feet.
I believe so.
Right.
So it's I'd have to look at it myself, Daryl, to know whether or not we can we could pull something like this off, but it seems like since you've built a vestibule from a heating and cooling standpoint, you're making it more comfortable. If you're closing down the existing doors at night, that's also, a benefit. And then this front door is clear and glass and as unobtrusive as possible. Something that pushes it to the background, and when the doors are closed, it looks sort of like it's supposed to. But more importantly, 10 years from now, not that I don't want to see this restaurant last longer than 10 years, but if it has another use, we can undo the stuff that we've done and bring it back.
Although it will still be commercial when it's something else, maybe. So the code would still be the same.
Yes. Yes.
Right. Even with a residence now, Phil, you're required to have a 3-foot exit door.
Yeah.
Per the building code.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But basically what you're saying though, basically what you're saying is do what we have drawn here right now. But the new door 01 would be an aluminum door with a full height glass.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah,
And the
you would
dash
just
lines
keep
remain.
those existing doors, yeah. Instead of removing them.
I have more faith in
What
the
we have
bonding of
drawn
the two
here.
doors. I have more faith in the bonding of the two doors because I've seen it a number of times and done it myself. I also know somebody that has a lot of these doors, and double Victorian doors are not hard to find at all. And maybe bonding some other doors would be better than bonding these, but I'd like to see your final plan for a bonded door in the surround. And I'd also like to see the idea of the new aluminum storm door and what exactly that means. And with that, I would move to revise and resubmit with the direction of those two things to accomplish, for you to accomplish.
Second, yes.
Okay.
Was the awning discussed? Is that a proposed awning or an existing awning that's like coming off? Because I thought I saw a frame.
Yeah, there's a frame
Right.
there, so.
Yeah, the awning was intended to be put back up, and that's more for safety because of the stairs there. It gets,
Sure.
in the winter,
I
it
see.
becomes a safety issue, regardless of how often you salt or shovel. It's dangerous, and that's originally why that awning many years ago, I believe, was installed.
Yeah, what about the handicap business?
Well, the handicap will be independent of the people, the day-to-day, or well, I guess fully able people who use the stairs. That's a mechanical lift. It's an electrical lift.
I just
That's
meant
only-
from the sleep aspect. I don't think the
Well-
awning,
Those are made to operate in the open weather.
Correct.
all right.
Yeah, it's a snow maintenance, ice maintenance stuff that
Okay.
Mr. Curtis is.
I don't want to discuss the awning today. We've taken a lot of time. We're not going to do the final solution today because we need some more information. I call the question hearing.
Okay. So we have a motion to revise and resubmit. Motion by King, second by Naylor. King,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Childs. Bill?
Yes, I said yes. Sorry. Oops,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay.
Part two of this adventure. So we decided just to start this project without any plans or approvals or anything. And it's, I'll say, half built. What is the state of the terracing as we speak?
Ronnie, you want to speak to that?
Sure, if I can, I just want to clarify something. as the building owner, I've not been involved in the construction. The restaurant owner hired a general contractor. And I made it very clear to the general contractor that he was not to proceed without the ARB's approval on the exterior patio. We had been in, once we learned that the patio needed to be approved by the ARB, I was in, actually Rob Jamison had contacted me on Friday because I guess they called for utility protection services. That's how they learned that they would be doing work there. Now, the patio was on the original zoning approval. And I then, once I got the zoning approval, I was pretty much out of the building approval process. It's between the architect and the general contractor. So when Rob had contacted me on that Friday, I contacted the contractor and said, you better hold off on doing any work there. And Harry, who has been very cooperative in trying to move this project along, originally, and as well as Rob, indicated that it was okay to go forward with respect to replacing a lot of the flat work. The sidewalks were being replaced. And I think they were under the impression that because of the previous patio that was there, the herb shop had a large open area there, that it potentially would have been okay, but they were not aware, I guess, and neither was I, to the extent of the excavation. And once Harry saw how much was being excavated, he immediately told them to stop. And the contractor made his own decision as to what to do. But so as the property owner, I just want to make it clear, they were advised to get approval and to stop all work. And I don't want to take any responsibility, nor I guess bluntly get thrown under the bus. It was not my suggestion for them to move forward.
For your knowledge, the contractor threw you under the bus. He said, the owner said, it's fine, go ahead. That's what he said here the last time he was here.
I read the newspaper, and that's why I wanted to make a point of being here. I've been doing this for too many years to basically piss off the municipal officials. We've owned this building for over 20 years, and hopefully if I make it another 20, we'll own it for another 20 years. So, and I point blank told the contractor, you go forward without their approval, you're here and gone. I'm the one that's got to face the consequences. So don't go forward. And you see the result of his choice. But the restaurant owner was a wonderful woman, she and her husband. They are not experienced in this process. She relied on the contractor. And the contractor did eventually stop when it came to, I guess, installing the fascia brick. So it's, hopefully you'll act favorably once they show you what their plans are to finish it. I can't tell you specifically what the finished brick will look like because I have not been involved in that process. So I would defer to the architect and the general contractor if he's there.
Are they here?
Yeah, I'm here. The brick on the retaining wall, as you can see right there, behind the umbrellas will be matching the brick on the existing building. And there's a stone cap on top of it. And the concrete patio will be stamped concrete. The stairs will be replaced with concrete stairs. There is a landscape plan also. And we do have, which is not shown in the rendering, we do have an ornamental fence, 3-foot high fence that encloses the patio before it goes down the hill. There you
That's
go.
it, Daryl, right here.
Yes.
Given the lack of communication and finger pointing and so forth, I'd like to see the brick, maybe even a panel, because that brick is very important to this old building. And matching the mortar and matching the brick is
correct.
We just drove out to Sidley and pointed a finger. That's not going to work.
I think we should also
get some old brick.
I think we should also see the stamped concrete, what it looks like, what color, what pattern.
Okay.
If I can correct the architect, the concrete has already been poured on the patio. It's a washed stone aggregate, very similar to your sidewalks that you install on Main Street.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I told them, just for the record, we did give them approval to pour that because it was a patio, so.
So I'm understanding this, there's no stamped concrete, right?
Yeah,
Correct.
from the top of the stairs, what's shown on C 3.0, that whole patio is already in place and it's just exposed.
I
to
walked
just
over and took a
Just
look.
like the
yeah.
sidewalks on Main Street.
So Daryl, it would have been helpful, I think, for the ABR, if you showed the retaining wall back there in gray, but you're gonna face that with brick. It would be helpful if we had a rendering of what that's gonna look like and what the sample is. I think that's what.
Okay.
So to
I
be
can
clear,
provide
you
that.
want a sample of the brick, probably, I imagine, the sample board. And you also want to see the type of mortar. You want to see how they're going to trowel it in, if it's a reveal or rounded, or even, where it's exposed or
Matching.
the mortar joint.
And what we did most recently when we had this issue was we actually had a sample board and they just took took the mortar color that they wanted to use and they just grouted in the sample board. I don't think we need a big full-size panel. It worked really well with for us to be able to see that, yes, the mortar is the same color and the brick's the same size and and it looks like old brick in this case. That's a pretty simple process.
So would your preference be some type of reclaimed brick that's as close to the veneer on the building as possible?
I personally think that you're probably better off buying new than trying to find reclaimed because the
Claims always
reclaimed is
clean.
typically so damaged that it's easier to match the new with the old. So
Daryl, can you accomplish that with the contractor to get the sample board for the next meeting?
Yeah. Do you want me to drop a sample board to Harry, or would you like to have one built?
no, I'm thinking a sample board that somebody grouts, bag grouts or cock grouts, whatever. That makes sense.
On the
Carl?
site?
Yes.
Right, on the site, and we just
No,
take a picture
no,
of it?
Drop it off at Harry at the
Okay, all right,
Village Hall.
with the grout sample.
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
And Daryl, just make arrangements with me and I'll get you in the hall here. So.
All right, we'll talk, Harry, okay? It's no problem.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can do that.
I'm stepping in here, having not been to the first meeting. Is the retaining wall and the stairs also being replaced?
The retaining wall is new, the stairs are new, the framing, the foundation for the stairs and platform has already been constructed.
No, that's up at the house, at the building.
Yes,
I'm talking
correct.
about the ones coming from the sidewalk up. They show.
Oh, no,
is
there's
that
no
getting
plan.
replaced?
No, there's no plan to replace those.
Okay, that's existing to remain.
Yes.
Right, up from East Orange Street, correct.
Okay, obviously, we need to revise and resubmit. We're asking for a bricks, I'll just call it a brick sample, brick and mortar sample. Anything else that we need to see from them?
Did they
There's
put a
oth-
rendering of the finished retaining wall?
Good idea.
Also, there is going to be, would you want to see what kind of lights they plan to propose? And also, maybe more specific pictures or a sample of the type of fence, so we can get all the elements of the patio approved.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Also,
Steve, I
let
would
me ask you-
recommend, Steve, I would recommend that on the resubmission, that we just do this as one submission. So include the retaining wall,
Yes,
fence, the door, so we don't have to have 3 line items.
I agree. Okay.
And the lights.
And the lights, everything you're proposing, so.
Let me ask you a question. As far as the historical significance, if you see that steel post in the front of this picture right now,
Yep,
if you look at the older historical pictures, apparently that was a light post.
it was.
And I would think that try to make it similar to what was there, would you have any objection if they reinstalled that steel post stays, and then where the screw fitting is on top, it looked like there was a light post screwed into that. There it is right there on the bottom picture.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Welcome electricity.
And again, my only suggestion is as a property owner to try to make it similar to what was there before. It looks like there may have been a sign off of that post. It looks like that. Right now.
Sign in the
there's a
picture.
separate-
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a separate wood post lower down towards the street, but I mean, that might be a nice way to bring back the.
That'd be nice. I
historical
think that's a
character.
cuff sign. That's the
Yeah,
cuff
I
sign.
know. I thought, is that Cuffs?
Cuffs
Yeah.
was there when Cuffs moved out of that building when we
Oh,
bought it about 20 years ago. They had purchased the building across the street.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were originally in there.
Oh, replacing that double lamp sign, blade sign would be nice. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, we'll try to do that.
Okay.
It would, if that picture then, when Cuffs was there, it would appear that storm door was then put on sometime after Cuffs left. It
Yeah.
may have been one of the tenants that put it
Right.
on.
Okay.
Just,
Um,
you have a motion that I need to second. You added rendering of the finished retaining wall, lighting, fencing, finishing elements, I guess.
It's very specific example of the lighting fixtures because there were a whole bunch of them. And I'm very concerned about being overlit.
Okay.
Now, most of those lights, for your reference, will be down lights, so they won't be
Correct.
glaring.
Yep, I got it. But there's many different types and I'd like to know the bulb or element.
The lumens.
Okay.
Yeah. and
Yeah,
the-
whether they're incandescent or LED, probably.
Right.
Right. We'll give you the color.
Yeah, the degrees, I think you need to stick to 2700 Kelvin.
Mhm.
Any
Okay.
light spillage would potentially not affect any residential area.
Yeah,
ATT building across the street, Cuffs, or next door, Cuffs across the street, and then the municipal parking area.
Yeah, but if you drive down Ridgewood nowadays, you think you're passing an airport. I'm concerned about overlighting.
Let me ask you a question, because I know that the restaurant owner was considering this. What is your thought or response to string lights?
Is
I
that,
would say-
do we have purview over that?
Yes,
Is that
like
like
a-
Christmas lights or?
absolutely. Well, temporary ones are temporary ones.
As
No,
long as
I
they're
don't care.
not, string lights are being used in other establishments in a village. I think as long as they're not, creating light pollution, I think, you're okay, but it's only, are they gonna be permanently fixed, Ron?
Well, I don't know. That's up to the restaurant owner, but so if I understand what you're saying, you're some sort of modest string lights, so long as it doesn't create a runway effect or airport effect that you don't seem to be opposed.
I don't think it sounds like a good idea, quite frankly.
There's your
The
answer.
lights you had proposed ever so quickly last time were on the right track, but we couldn't tell exactly what the fixture was.
I would hope by the next meeting, they can at least get either a sample fixture or a tear sheet from the
Yeah, well,
manufacturer.
we'll have that done. Surprisingly, they're very similar to this existing light we're looking at right now on the screen. They're gooseneck lights on a pole.
Okay. Daryl, have you
But I'll
worked with a contractor before? Have you worked with Daryl? Have you worked with this contractor before?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Nor have I. I honestly, I never heard of him as a commercial contractor, but
Well, he was very well spoken, and according to him, he redid Mount Vernon one time. He's very good at old houses and all that kind of
well,
stuff. Now we're having an information gap presented
Well,
to us.
his personality is very amicable, but
Yes, he is.
but as a commercial contractor, I'm hold judgment.
Okay, very good. Question?
We have motion and a second.
Harry?
Any other information? Yes, question. You want me to go ahead and call the roll?
Yeah,
Joan, do you
I'm
have
calling
to-
the question, that's all.
Oh, okay.
So for Harry, right?
So, okay, so motion by King, seconded by Naylor to revise and resubmit with information bullet points that you already have given. King,
I want to amend my motion.
okay,
Is there a handicap association that can approve this? The state is often running rough. And I take Phil's comments to heart. And I'd like to know that this really works for those people. And
let me say, we have to be careful with ADA. They did get approval from the state. They have jurisdiction over the approval for ADA.
There is no informal advisory board that would have jurisdiction to approve this. The state is the controlling body.
no, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. But we've all dealt with the state and the proof is in the pudding. All right, I call the question. Let's go.
So you want me to just go ahead and call the
Yeah,
roll?
go ahead.
All right, King,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Childs.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Hey, thank you very much for your suggestions.
Daryl, I'll be talking to you.
2-minute break here for Joan.
Joan, did you get all those bullet points?
Wendy, if you have them written down, you can just email them to me. That would be really helpful. If you have.
Here they are. Here they are. Door and surround plans, final plans. That's from the previous one, I'm sorry. Brick and mortar sample, rendering of the wall and the lighting plan, and fixture examples, fixture and bulb examples.
And fence?
Fence.
Yeah, you said fence?
Yes,
And
Okay.
fence.
Oh, yeah, that's right. All right.
that's
Yeah,
it.
I'm pretty sure I had it all.
Very
We're
good.
doing a 2-minute break for Joan.
Yes. 2-minute break.
Absolutely.
Wendy?
Thank you, everybody. We appreciate your consideration.
Hey, Ronnie, would you send me an email with your email address so I can contact you? Because no one listed you as a contact, and I apologize.
No, that's okay, Harry.
Okay,
I'll as soon as we get off, I'll send you an email.
very good. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
We're taking a break.
Okay.
It's not that we all walked out of the room. It just looks like it.
I'm back.
Are we back?
I am.
Okay, that's what counts.
My video's been turned off. This is Phil.
Okay, Phil.
You got spinach stuck between your teeth. We did you a favor.
Thank you.
We're just waiting on Christie.
Okay.
Oh, so Phil, you didn't turn yourself up. Christy turned you off?
I think
Or you turned your-
I've been known to turn myself off, but at this point, no.
Oh, we'll tell her to turn you back on. I think she thought she was turning the other Phil off.
Oh,
Phil, I just asked you to turn it back on.
turn it back on.
Oh, Katie's
Oh,
got
yeah,
it.
it says the
You can
host
do
has
it.
asked you. Okay, thanks.
Since Katie's there, we can move along.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let's go.
All right.
513 North Street. Stuart.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Almost afternoon. So what we're asking for is an accessory structure which is made up of on the 2.5 acres of the Foley residence. The accessory structure is a ground mount 30 panel solar array, and keeping with the meadow effect and screening the neighbor and also from the street, we came up with a better planting done by a landscape architect.
So I assume that we saw this before?
On a smaller scale, yes, sir.
Yeah,
We had
this
a
is,
perennial garden before, rain garden, I think it was.
Yeah, it was a pollinator garden
Pollinator.
made up of dogwoods and hollies, but it's now expanded to where there's some still perennials, but there are some larger evergreens.
Well, having spent 5 days so far this in the last month without power, thinking a lot about, how are we going to decouple ourselves from fossil fuels and nuclear. I personally think that solar arrays are going to be a bigger part of our life than maybe you want to accept, Steve, but I'm waiting for the first lawsuit against the village for not allowing a front-facing array on the roof of my garage or somebody's who also faces south. Not that I'm going to sue the city, but it's going to happen. We have to accept that this is part of where we are headed from an energy standpoint, and the only piece of this proposal now that I would sort of object to is that unless the owners, the Foleys, maintain the bushes that are all pretty in front of this solar array, it's going to be about 3 years, and they're going to start screening their solar array with the landscaping that's there. So I from a design standpoint, go for it. You got plenty of property. So that's my opinion.
I do need to deflect some of your comments. I've talked with Stuart about solar for my place in Michigan. So
yeah,
I'm not the curmudgeon, but I don't want to look at them. So somewhere in the middle, I bet we can get together. And that's why we're What are the bushes that you've got there? Because perennials are still perennials. And who is that guy?
Yeah, can you go back to the shot with the guy? So there's some conifers in there, right? That are going to stay green.
Yes, there are.
That are in line with whatever the public sight lines are. I mean, I think it just needs to be inconspicuous. I don't think it has to be invisible.
No, what we were first under the impression that we need to screen from the street, and then it was changed to also screen from the neighbor. So the conifers are protection from the or screening from the neighbor. And the lower ones are from the street without shading the array.
Oh, yeah, because the trees can't, yeah. I'm
Yeah,
good with it.
You need,
I'm
for
good
every
with it.
for every foot of height, if it was a parapet, if the parapet was 1 foot high, you would then move the array back 3 feet.
Okay.
So there's no shading issue.
I move to approve based on that they hired a landscape architect and have a satisfactory solution that we requested.
Second.
Okay, motion by Child, seconded by Naylor. King,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Childs.
Yes.
Thank you, Stuart. Have a great day.
Thanks,
Merry
Stuart.
Christmas.
Thank you,
All right,
appreciate
there
it.
you go.
Yep, thanks.
Okay, 240 Brambley Court. Now live from San Diego.
This is Christy. Kevin White I guess he didn't. He had his hand raised, but it went down. So I have promoted. Oh, Kevin White has his hands raised. Kevin, go ahead. If you can unmute, you're welcome to speak.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my, you don't see video?
I will, hold on a second. Move you over right now. Kendra, moving you over.
Terrific.
You got it, Kevin?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Let me get my
thanks.
video going.
Am I on as well? This is Brad from Premier Builders.
Yeah, you're there, Brad.
All right,
Smile.
thank you, everybody. Sorry, I just want to make sure that I'm a part of this.
Okay, I'm waiting for there we go. Hey guys. Hello, Harry. Hello, Bill. Everyone.
Hi, Kevin.
Hello.
Kevin.
Glad to see your house didn't burn down.
Yeah, we're okay. We're okay. Well, I would like to kind of begin with the site orientation of this project. I'm sorry to hear that Mr. Clemens isn't here. I spoke with him last time and discussed the site plan that really, because of the shape of the site, putting the house was really not feasible. So we went over it, and he was like, I understand. And so what we did, first of all, to a non-deciduous landscape buffer and to create a garage court. So there were some concerns. I believe it was perhaps Wendy last time that was saying we want to see how that you're addressing the cul-de-sac. So what we did was we created this kind of garage court with a permanent buffer all the way around. And then what we did is we upgraded the garage doors to the similar kind of doors with glass in them, like a carriage style door that was at the house number 7 that's across the street. So those were kind of the site considerations that we addressed, and I think that appropriately handles that. The other concern, the other modification we did to the site, I believe Bill had made a comment on the rendering that we had a clipped corner near the stair tower where there was a gable that was partially getting cut off. Yes, that's right, Harry. It's on that one corner. There you go. Oh, I'm trying to show you. It's by the stair tower, and there's a little study to the left of the kind of that single window, and that comes forward now, so it doesn't get cut off. And I think that was a very good comment that Bill made. You can also see on the front elevation how the doors now have they're angled and they have the glass in them. Okay. The other thing that we were addressing, there were some questions about, I think Bill raised them perhaps, over at the stair tower. We originally had on our renderings more of a prominent feature there. There were some brackets, there was a sweep, there was some roof that was coming, and I think one of the comments was maybe it was a little overdone or too busy. So I simplified that and just showed a standard peak. I have it dashed in right now because the owners, Kendra would like to speak to that because they really do like that gable. And the other change that we made, there were double columns, and we changed them to single columns. So we're trying to perhaps simplify some of the elements. The interior plan changes were made. The owners like the house, the neighbors like the house. And so we're excited to proceed and welcome your comments.
Could you go back to, this is Phil Kepf, and I was not in the meeting last time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, could you go back to explain why the gable is dotted in?
Well,
yeah.
One of the comments were, we would like to show it. Harry, do you have the old rendering that I sent? I emailed that.
No, because I had this all loaded up before I received that. I would have to get out of this altogether.
All right, so let me see this. I can share a screen, right?
Yes.
Let me pull this up, Phil, so you can see the old rendering. And let me pull this up on my screen and go back to here and see if I can share my screen.
The comment back then was that it was very busy. That's
busy, yeah. So we're trying to, okay, so what I'm going to try to do now is share my screen. Okay?
Yep.
So do you see the screen now, the old rendering?
Yeah.
Yes.
Terrific. All right, so if you look at the gable over the stair, we had brackets, we had a large suite, we were, we had double columns, and the angle of this kind of shows, it shows, it looks almost like those gables are touching. They are not. And then the comment that Bill made, which was good, was you see how the gable to the left of that stair tower got chopped off in the corner?
Yes.
So we've addressed some of those concerns. And I think one of the other concerns was at the garage, we had it as a shed. And what I've done is tried to make it like a bay, so that the window pattern is repeated with a little bay element. So on this rendering, we go to a single columns, and that gable now has been played down, the one over the stair, and that was why I dashed it. The owners really do like that feel. Okay, so I'm going to stop my share. So that's
okay. So I'm
okay. Sorry, I don't see the drawings now.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
Looking again, I'm stepping in here sort of behind the conversations that I might be repeating myself, but I personally like the shed you had on the garage more than I like what you've come up with to sort of create this bay.
Okay.
Again, I'm only one commenter here, and George, who I'm sure had a lot of opinions, I wish he was here as well. I don't object to leaving the gable on the stair tower. I think the brackets were a bit much, and I'm wondering whether or not you could drop that gable and break that sort of horizontal element that runs all the way through the main body of the house in some way. It's pushed out. I don't know exactly how you thinking about framing it, but I don't like the horizontal hip roof that has a bunch of gables sticking out that really don't serve any purpose and create this just monumental shape coming across. I also don't like the amount of glass. I mean, creating a cottage style window in a 10-foot high or 8-foot high, whatever that is, window just makes no sense to me.
You mean at the stair tower, Phil?
The stair tower, yeah. I'd rather see it broken up into individual.
Should it be just
window.
divided all the way down?
Yeah, and we looked at that, Steve. We did look at the dividing all the way down. There are a number of other houses. Let me see if I can do this as well. Yeah, there we go, Harry. There you go. These are the houses in order, kind of coming across, and you'll have these stair towers. That was number 4. There's number 5. Number 6 is next across the street. So you can see that's it's got the turret, it's got the arches. You know, they're good size houses. This number 7 house was this type of, that's facing the cul-de-sac, and those are the garage doors that face the cul-de-sac. So they're coming straight on. We're using glass doors, and we're creating just like a garage court. We're using the same kind of doors, addressing it. That's the house right next to it. So you've got some monumental looking, you know, it's a gambrel roof, one window, one dormer. That's right next door. Number 8. And then number 9, there's another stair tower. So you'll see that element. Now that's broken with 4 on 1. That kind of, you know, monumental stair with the hip and the combination of hips and gables. We're trying to be a little bit in context. And the final one is the site plan where all those houses were located. And we are on the cul-de-sac next to number 7.
There's a correction there. We're going to be, there is a lot in between 7 and our lot.
That's right. You're right.
We're next to 8. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. We're next to sublot 8.
You're right. There's a long, narrow lot.
If you go down to the photograph of the gambrel roof, what they did with that tall window was made it a double hung, because you can actually see the screen in the double hung portion.
Yes.
And all 3 sash, if you will,
Yes.
are the same configuration.
Yes, we could do something along that line. Certainly.
And I see the same issue. I have the same issue with the rear, the rear large picture window. But although, I mean, I have a similar configuration in my living room, except that I use all double hungs, and I'm not I don't like the massing of a picture window. But that's my personal preference, and I mean, unless you're looking at my house from the inside out, you can't see it because there's nothing behind me. But anyway, those are my comments. I don't think the bay window roof on the garage is successful. I do like the simplified gable.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it might work better if it was pushed out.
Okay.
Out and down.
Well, we could definitely, to answer your point, Phil, I took it off. The gable, we would like it to be there, and if I could move it down. And it was supposed to be, because that stair element sticks out 2 feet, so that was the reason for it. There's a waterproofing or an issue there, you know, to make that happen. I think it will look nice. We're trying to create this Hampton-esque style house, so we get that 3rd level. Oh, one other thing we did was we put that small arched window in the highest gable, so we get that, you know, detail in that.
You break that up a bit.
Sorry, Phil?
You break it up a bit.
I'm breaking up
that gable. You break that gable up by adding a window.
Yes, correct.
Bill, what are you thinking on the bay on the garage, or what do you think?
I agree with your comment, Phil. I just keep it straight and keep it simple.
Okay.
and I can appreciate the site. I mean, I studied a little bit and looked at it, and I can understand now why you put the garage doors where you did. And I appreciate you going to a single column instead of the double. I think that cleans it up, makes it a little more simple. And same with pulling that gable out, just to get a clean return so it doesn't look like it was cut off.
Yes, sir.
And so I see that that stair tower, I mean, you logically should have a roof on that if it comes out 2 feet. My concern last time that there's just so many gables on there. So I'm just, in my mind, is it possible to eliminate either one of those? But it looks like the one to the right pops out too, and then the one at the top. The one at the top of that, I guess if you lose that, then I don't know how that would look. But that was my only concern. Just it seemed busy, but it looks like you cleaned it up. So I appreciate that and thank you for that. As far as the window, that 2-story window, I guess my knee-jerk reaction would be to, although you probably, can you get a window is that one large window?
It was going to be two, a clear. Now the issue was originally what I was trying to do, Bill, was my thought was to split that window, okay, right down the middle, and put 2 squares so that it would be divided like a cross pattern. And there's 2 squares at the top, and then there'd be vertical lines at the bottom. Now, the only problem that I ran into was when I pulled forward which was a good comment, when I pulled forward the study gable to get that return, I'm encroaching going back into the stair tower. So I'm limited on my width. But to Phil's comments, I think you can almost sort of see if I divide that into thirds, Phil, like you just saw on that other house, I could split that and divide it into thirds and maybe take away some of that pattern. So it's maybe instead of being across 4, it goes across 6 or 3. Okay, see the upper square, how it's set up with divided by 4s. So I split it and go to 3, and then I put 3 squares, and
So
then
you're gonna do a 3/3 pattern.
Correct. And then I will make that not as large. I'll put, like you just suggested on the neighbor's house, put that as a 3 pattern all the way down. So basically it would be gridded all the way down.
I'd have to see that, but I understand what you're saying, but I just have to see that. And as far as the proportions of this, I think you're right on there. I wouldn't make this any wider personally.
Okay. Terrific.
Hey, Kevin, this is Harry. What's
Yes,
the
Harry.
height? Yeah, what's your height, your front elevation? What's the height from? this
32, I'll put a night on, I think it's 30 inches.
Okay. All right.
I made a comment a bit back, the large window on the stair tower, cottage windows are cottage windows, quaint and all this. When you got a sheet of glass, it's, I don't know, 3 by 8.
3 by 8, correct.
It's not exactly a cottage window anymore. I'm throwing it out there versus throwing the gauntlet. What if it was divided all the way down?
You could, it would be about the proportion of the little window underneath the porch. You see the window under the porch, the square? 2 of those.
Under the stair, on the stair tower porch, or
like no, if you go look under the porch, like to the right or to the right of the door where the single column is, there's a window right there, Harry.
The sidewalk.
One more over to the right, one of those windows, yeah, about like that. There'd be 2 of those, not the 3, but the one that's divided into 4. So I could divide that right down the middle and have 4 at the top in a cross pattern, or I could we'd be happy to resubmit for that to get away from that 4 by, or if that's 3 foot by 8 foot, Steve, you're right. So I can break that 3 foot, 8 foot glass at the stair. I can break that up some more, so it doesn't seem such a large piece of glass.
Yeah, I agree with Steve's comment. I think that might help. Or did you even, just as a thought, and maybe you already did this, is just look to put regular double hungs with muttons, and instead of having glass at the bottom and glass at the bottom and muttons at the top. I didn't know if
yeah.
So I know that Kendra is on the line, we're talking about different ideas, and I just want to make sure that just her input on what she thinks about these proposed.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me.
We
Yeah.
can.
Yeah, we can hear you. Just identify yourself for the record, Kendra. Your name.
My
first and
name
last
is Kendra Mooney. My husband's name's Jim. He's not able to be here today, but we love the changes that Kevin made. We love the house the way it is. We agreed with a lot of the input before this about the things that needed to be changed and cleaned up. You know, I think the reasons we're trying to get some light in there in the stair tower. So, you know, I just wanted to introduce myself and, you know, just let you know that we're excited about the area and moving to Chagrin Falls, and we love the design, and we're hoping to, you know, be approved today. And so that's all I have to add.
Thank you. It'll be a beautiful house. It'll be.
Thanks.
I can, what I'd propose is to resubmit. Would like to show perhaps an option or two. We'd like to be able to move forward as far as with construction, but I think we can come up with some alternate ideas for that stair window. I'll go back and change the garage to the previous rendition where it was just a simple shed instead of the little kind of clip bay. And I can resubmit. We'd like to keep that gables because it's logical in terms of coming out in front of the stair window. But I think if we can tone down that large piece of glass, and I've got some alternates that I can show, we could resubmit and hopefully proceed.
So in order to frame that gable of, I don't know, I don't know whether this is all stick built or trusses, but
stick frame, Bill.
So you're still bringing that section out 2 feet. So you're going to create a valley no matter what. You're going to create that shape, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yes, correct. That's
Right?
the other gable. Correct.
You can dash all that stuff all you want, but even if it's a hip, it's going to be a hip that's 2 feet out from the main body of the house.
That is correct.
So that form is still evident
That's correct.
in light and shadow.
Correct.
Whether
correct.
it has fussy stuff on it and a gable and overhangs that are bringing it out 3 feet now, or
Right.
whatever your overhang is, that hip is still defined.
Mm-hmm.
And so I personally, I mean, I think it doesn't matter to me whether or not you leave it or you take it away. I agree with George's comment that, you know, the front is kind of fussy, and we're trying to get you to simplify it, and it doesn't really change the house in terms of its functionality. So I don't know where you guys are going for a motion on this, but those are, you know, take my comments, and Bill, you can run with it.
Yeah, my only other comment would be is it looks like these overhangs are all fairly consistent, and this one's it was a little bigger, and you did that and then put the brackets on it, right, to kind of give it some prominence or give it a grand gesture.
I took it down, Bill, about a foot as it is now, because I had a large suite. It was 3 feet. And it was having a slope. It had a slope to it, like Hampton style slope, in the front and in the back. And so I took it down. Now in the rear, I could shrink that. I could shrink those in a little bit. In other words, I could go back to 12-inch overhangs over at the stair tower, pull that in a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, just so that this side has one dimension, and on this side, it, you know, it looks like it's a little.
Correct. I could go back, it's 6 inches difference. I could take it back 6 inches.
Yeah, then I'm comfortable if Kevin looks at some different options on the window, and he's made these modifications, and I don't know how the other board members feel, Wendy or Steve.
I'm looking for as Kevin said, a revise and resubmit motion. How would you phrase your last comment?
I think that we want to see the revise the window configuration based on our comments here. And I would go back to keeping the roof here. As he said. And then the shed, I would do the shed back to what it was originally. I think those were the three main comments. Everything else, I think we were acceptable.
And consistency in gable overhang, was that in part of your first
Yeah,
comment?
I'm sorry. These gable overhangs should be, it'd be nice to be consistent. Now we've lost the brackets and stuff.
Okay.
The stair tower window I'm looking at, what I was thinking was 4 over, I believe it would be mathematics, 12, 4 over 12.
Right.
That's all I'm looking for, not
Okay.
anything else.
Yeah.
Okay. If we went to a double hung situation, that'd be fine, but I think we can have more or less the same appearance.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I moved to revise and resubmit, new configuration of the divided lights, shed on the garage bay, I guess we call it.
Yes.
And the overhang consistency or overhang size?
Gable overhang, yeah.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
These changes seem pretty significant in the look of the house, but pretty minor overall. Is there a way that we can get the approval so that we could start working on our actual building permit and then resubmit?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Steve, you think there's enough here to give them a preliminary approval?
Yes,
And
I
then they
do.
can- And then they can come back for final.
Yeah, we're not talking massing, and we haven't talked about the garage. I mean, when you're building a house on a pizza, it's, you know, you're gonna have a point, so it's hard to get away from that. So I move for preliminary approval with further discussion to be had, divided lights, the shed in the garage, the overhang configuration. I think that's it.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Second,
Okay, motion by King, seconded by Naylor. Childs,
Yes.
Naylor,
yes.
King.
Yes.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Good luck. It'll be great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
You too.
You.
Thank you, Kendra.
441 East Washington. The resubmission,
I
as I
think
recall.
it's North Street, isn't it?
North Street, correct.
For
Yeah,
8.
North Street.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
He's trying to get us to lunch, but
Yes, I am.
Well, this is just preliminary.
If I could, I actually wanted just give you guys a brief overall of kind of what we're doing back here. I promise not to take more than a minute or two to explain it, but I met the Rooneys about 45 days ago, and they had gotten a plan approved with their architect and then sought out for different custom home builders to build the project. And essentially with a couple things came up. One of them was a cost for what was designed. There's some additional costs to get the sewer and water and drainage on this lot that they weren't prepared for with the original plan that was proposed, which had the detached garage in the house. It became kind of a budget thing, and then talking it through with them, looking out their back window at that detached garage. So I just wanted to let you know why we're kind of starting over, if you will, or resubmitting and trying to get some feedback on this obviously real preliminary design that we're putting forward today.
I'll give a brief overview. Harry, if you wouldn't mind kind of going to the front elevation.
No problem there, Kevin.
So what we're trying to do is have an integrated, okay, yeah, that, on the site, that's fine, is to have a front load garage attached to the house. The first floor of the house would be around 1,500 square feet. The second floor would be around 1,000 square feet. And we're trying to come up with a very simple, cost-effective design, but that's well thought out. The way it gets, what we're considering is, if you look at the front elevation, is essentially to put a nicely detailed porch on the front to where there's just two simple columns on a stone pier, and the front portico over the elliptical window pulls out around 6 inches from the other column so that we get that little pediment. All right. From that center line of those front doors, we go straight up. And again, this is a Hampton-esque style. So we're going straight up from that center line of those front doors. And then we get to the second level of windows. There's a bedroom on the left, a bedroom on the right, and the little square window that's right above it is over the doors, and that's in the bathroom. The window in the gable, I just showed again, an elliptical or an oval window that could get changed to a vent. These are just very preliminary ideas. Now for the garage doors, we're trying to set back the garage. Since we're having just a front load garage for cost, we're trying to set back the garage and create that symmetrical looking porch, even though that roof is not in the same plane. Okay, so the way we do that is with some large brackets, and we bring it out, and we have, you know, a 3.5 foot overhang over the doors, and there'll be little lights underneath that overhang, and then you'll have carriage style front entry doors. So that was the thought. And we have a dormer with a suite. Now the owners weren't, I showed this originally with again, that kind of Hampton-esque style suite. The owners were 50-50 on whether they like the suite, the ski slope suite for the pitch and over the garage, or if that should just be straight. There'd be a stone base. On the left side elevation, originally we were showing some stone, but perhaps that would just change out to siding. There's two little direct vent fireplaces, and I've got them as stone right now, but perhaps that changes out to siding. On the right side elevation, you can see how the garage, there's a little bit of a challenge because based on the plan, it's 48 feet wide, but the front door, this don't split because the house is 45 feet wide in the body. The garage is an extra 3 feet to make it 48. That's our maximum width. So we have kind of an overframing roof, and these are just preliminary thoughts as how that would get addressed. And in the rear of the house, you've got a porch, screen porch, and we're showing a proposed window pattern. Those the windows, the triple is in the master bedroom. The little window is in the master bath. The two split windows above are in the one of the upstairs bedrooms. So these are preliminary thoughts, and we welcome your considerations. The other thought was we were looking at materials, and the owners have considered the idea of perhaps taking away some of the shingles, leaving only up in the high triangle, and going to siding. The other option was perhaps going to siding like over the front door where you have that double window, single window, double window configuration. Perhaps that's just siding. So that we would like, get your thoughts and your ideas of what your what this would be for this.
The question is, you're looking for a field change in siding materials?
Well,
that's a whole new house.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
a whole
I'm looking at it. I just want to make sure I understand what the question is.
Yeah, the question that we're throwing it out to the architects and the ARB is, material changes. These are just proposed. Okay, I have basically, I have lap siding from the first floor gutter
Yeah.
down.
Mhm.
Okay, it's all lap all the way around the house. The second floor area is shingle, and the high triangular gable is shingle. So the other thought was we could go with just the shingles in the high gable, and then the second row goes all the way around is siding. That was just a thought, a consideration that I wanted to bring out to get your feedback, what your thoughts were.
Can I step in here?
Yes, sir.
Was this presented to us 2 weeks ago when I was not here?
No,
No,
no, this is the first time we're presenting, Phil.
Bill, this is a whole new design from what was approved a couple months ago.
All right, so
Okay,
this is, so you don't have preliminary approval because
No.
this is a new house.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the garage. I'm confused by this. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the garage before, the plan before had a house and a detached rear load garage.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so, and it's way over budget.
Yeah.
So this isn't a field change. This is like a whole new,
We have to
plan.
kind of go back, and we're trying to bring the project in. So, I guess Mr. Rooney is a teacher there in the Chagrin Falls, and we're trying to bring it into back where it was supposed to be.
Harry, can you move the screen to the left low? I could see more of the garage, please. You know what?
That's
Never
about
mind.
it.
I got it. Never mind.
One of the things that I actually, because of other projects, kind of was following this before they were kind enough to look at me to build their home. But one of the early on ARB comments, I think they came with like a carriage entry door that
yeah.
there was a concern about that sticking out and protruding out. And when I look at other homes on that street, there's a couple new construction. We try to be really careful about making the front door more prominent, so that is the prominent feature that you see. Because I think there was a comment that I think somebody had made months ago, back in July or something.
I think
The dilemma is pretty typical. How do you put a contemporary home on a front-facing, or with a front-facing, or no, without a garage that is on the street along with the rest of the house? And as much as we would like to have all the garages detached and behind the house, because that's the way this town was built, this is also a dilemma that we face with all of the new houses on 50-foot lots. So
Right.
I personally think that what you're presenting is a very nice concept, and I understand that, now these people own a lot and they can't afford to build the house. That's not right either. And this is a really good start, in my opinion. And I'll stop talking now.
I think massing wise, it's a nice concept. I like this concept of this coming straight down here in the symmetry of this window and this window over here. But the only thing that, and I don't know how you fix this, is you got a little bit of asymmetrical here and here. And I understand because of the garage, but I didn't know if it made sense to pull this down and so that there's a beam across here and the brackets are a little bit lower here.
Yes,
to
sir.
make this break here and then somehow try to stop the composition here like you did over here, so that there's a reason for why that garage is on there. So you keep the purity of the form, but then break that as a secondary element by pulling the hood and the brackets down. So that reads as its own element. And then my only other comment was on this front entry. There's just how you had, and these are details. I think conceptually from preliminary, I think this is fine. But if you look at that book called Get Your House Rate on page 167, they'll show you how to, what they call stilt the arch, which means go straight, then curve this, which again, this is refinements, I would say. And then I would keep it all the shingle style, because I think this looks really good, how you got this with the shingles, and keep the bottom and I keep the whole composition the shingle style, because it has it leans towards that, in my opinion, and feels good. And my other comment is, because it's shingle style, I keep this a single door with 2 side lights. I think you could still do a beautiful door and really celebrate it, but and other than that, I think it's a nice start and a nice job.
Bill, can I ask you a question? You know, I appreciate that in the shingle style, the datum line that comes from that first, I'm taking a point. The gutter line that comes all the way around the house with the white board, okay, coming all the way across. That line typically is maintained at every level.
Right.
And to me, it looked like the garage doors were there was too much space between the top of the garage door and where the light would be. Do you follow?
Like right here, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And
that's
so
why I say pull that down. If you could.
I don't want to break the line, but in other words, add space like where the beam is and make that white, and then drop or bring. Do I bring the garage doors higher? Do I make the doors? My question would be, do I bring the doors up to like an 8'8" door or something, an 8-foot door?
Well, here's what bothers me from a massing standpoint is you got beautiful symmetry here, and then you got this piece sticking way out. That's why I was trying to somehow break this form so that this come down lower and you still define this, still keep your datum line just like you have here. Going across. I was just trying to, is there some way to differentiate that and keep the symmetry on the composition that you have on both sides? That's really, I don't know if you can solve that or not, but you know what might help too, if you're looking at this side, the side elevation of this, your entablature, these columns are pretty wide. And again, not to keep referencing this book, but it'll tell you how wide the column is and how deep this entablature is. So there's a mathematical formula, and it might help. I mean, my gut is this should come down a little farther.
Yeah, I agree.
Which would help you.
Okay, and that would help us. Yep, I got it.
Yeah, but I think it's a great start.
Terrific.
We really appreciate your guys' feedback. We didn't really know, and thank you, Harry, for trying to help us figure out how to submit this, because we know it's a redo, and we just want to make sure we're heading in the right direction.
Okay. I'm looking for a motion here. Preliminary approval based on Bill, would you help me with the
sure.
arch adjustment?
Maybe looking at the massing on the right side of where the garage doors are and how that gets solved. Looking at the portico front entry and looking at the entablature size. And then I would personally do all shingles on the whole composition as far as the fenestration, instead of the vertical side or the horizontal siding and then the shingles, because it seems to me it really warrants a purity of the shingle style home.
I'm not sure that the stone wainscot does anything for this house.
I agree. I would save the money and get rid of the stone and just make it a beautiful purity of a beautiful shingle style home.
Terrific. Delete the stone ledge. Terrific. All right.
If you want to get fancy, you maybe you roll the shingles out at the base of the, create a base.
Yep. I understand.
Yeah.
Very good. I would just, Kev, I would just eliminate these little pedestals. I
agree. That makes perfect sense. Bring the columns all the way down to the porch. Bring the shingles, make it pure shingle style. Yep.
And go back to the proportions that Bill was talking about with respect to the columns themselves.
The entablatures, yep. That'll help us with the entablature above the header. I'll bring that down, and that'll solve 2 or 3 problems. And I just got to work to get the as best I can the symmetry on the 2 sides, because we're 3 foot bigger on the one, and so I'll have to figure out how I'm going to accomplish that. Let me ask you a question. On your overhangs for Chagrin Falls, is there a requirement Am I allowed to go more than 24 inches into the setback line?
Can't go, you have to be within 3 foot of the setback. Can't be any closer.
Okay.
Need a second?
There's a chapter in our zoning code that talks about overhangs and protection.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by King, second by, so the motion was by King, seconded by Naylor, am I correct?
Yes.
For preliminary
No,
approval.
motion, yes, yes.
Okay,
Motion by King, filled in by Child.
And Child should really second. If he's out there, Bill,
Yeah,
take
yeah,
a
I'll-
second. Yeah.
No problem.
okay,
Well,
so
Bill, everyone, Wendy, Harry, Jeff, Steve, thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful holiday. Stay safe, okay?
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Nice
We're all
talking.
Give
thinking
our
about-
regards to Mr. Clemens too.
Yeah, we're
Yes.
all thinking about George.
All right, take care.
I gotta
Bye
call
now.
the roll. I gotta do the important stuff here.
Oh,
King?
call the roll. Right.
King,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Childs.
Yes.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you too. Bye now.
Happy holidays.
Okay, moving on.
441 East Washington. Too bad George isn't here for this, but we can handle it. Resubmission for a substantial addition.
We should have Matt
Changes.
Ross as the architect and maybe Mr. and Mrs. Wells as panelists. Katie, are you hosting?
I'm here.
Okay, Matt, great.
Okay.
Phil, were you here for the first round of this?
No,
No, he missed that. His lights were out too.
I missed everything the last
All
one.
right. Well, this house
They
is
were
on,
long meetings. Yeah.
yeah, the house is squeezed on a lot. They need more space. They're telescoping back. George had particularly concerns about the, what we called on,
Demarcation line. Trying to
demarcation line, or the idea that it's
be distinguished from the addition.
freight train effect that we ran into down on
Yeah, yeah.
West
I
Washington.
think he wanted to lower the gable at the rear to kind of distinguish it. And then there was a question about the demarcation line, right?
Yeah, and bring it in from the sides
Yeah.
Right.
as well.
Okay.
Which
But I'll
would,
let you present.
okay. No, thank you. I'm impressed you remember all that. So just a real quick update on the Board of Zoning Appeals. We brought everything in. We followed your direction. So we've got rid of the doghouse, fireplace, and we brought it in on both sides. And we have a clear demarcation line now between the new and the existing. And then we also removed any reference from the garage demolition. We realize, we understand that has to be a complete separate submission. So now when you look at the elevations, it breaks it up quite a bit. It lessens that effect, that train effect, and that also it's clearly demarked where the new and the existing is. So we've reconfigured the floor plan as well to accommodate this.
Oh, yeah.
So it really is, it's really a different project now. I mean,
Yes, it is.
compared to before.
Yeah, I think you did a nice job
Thank you.
pulling that down and stuff. And I love the way that you got rid of the fireplace box on the side. My only thought was, and I don't know if you can do this, can these windows line up? Is these like right here? And like,
Well, you know that, yeah, that was, we were trying to, but the design of the kitchen where everything kind of lays out. But we can certainly,
like, can these two windows at least move in so they're
yeah,
some
let
sort
me,
of order?
if the owner would, the client really would want to have a say on that. I don't believe they're on the line, but we can.
Yeah, that mess up your floor plan or something? Or are those
No,
bedrooms?
on the first floor it would, but on the second floor, I don't believe it would.
Yeah, actually, I would pull them. I'd leave the ones on the first floor. I'd pull these in so they line up. If you can, if it's bedrooms, maybe it's easier to just move them over.
Yeah.
And then I think this composition looks great. My only concern is, to me, it looks like there's a lot of tension right here that barely gets under there. Is that correct? Or is it just the lesion?
Yeah, that was the thing, is that we kind of had to juggle how much we came in and how much, in other words, we want to clearly make it, show the demarcation. But it really, you juggle between how much width you have in these houses to make them more of a habitable space or
Right, so-
usable. Yeah.
Let me ask you this, as far as, what's the ceiling height up there?
So we have a scissors truss in
Okay.
there. So we'll be,
Oh, okay. So just as a thought, just to help this tension right here, so
sure.
there's a little more of could you just pull this down maybe a foot and just have a knee wall? Because then you'll still get the height because you're having a scissors truss. And then we'll get this separation here so that it doesn't look like it's, jammed up against the other roof, that there's a little more demarcation that this is a separate volume.
Yeah, let me see if we can get the headroom that they'd like, because in the second floor, that's where the beds are.
Sure.
The bed is.
Yeah, but if it's an 8-foot plate, like I'm talking maybe about
Right, yeah.
foot or 18, I mean, just enough so that, I don't know how much room you have this one almost looks like it's flush, but it can't be, right?
No, it's not. It's just below it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you could get this at least like 18 inches would be ideal between one eave to another, or a foot even.
Actually, more of a tray ceiling than a knee wall.
Yeah, it'd basically be, well, you'd have a knee wall and then go to a tray, but yeah, you're right, Steve. It wouldn't feel like, if it was just a flat ceiling, then we'd probably have an issue. But if you're thinking about the interiors, and if it's a nice big scissor truss, then even if you pull it down a foot, I don't think it's still gonna feel like a fairly nice volume inside.
Oh, yeah. Makes the room interesting too, to have that ceiling like that.
Yeah. Let me, we'll talk with my client. and
I think
see how
they're
they feel
on,
about
I
that.
think they're online, Matt.
Are they okay?
Trying to talk.
Let's see. They would like to talk. They said on the call, can you hear us? No. Do they need to unmute?
Katie, do we need to reach out to them or anything?
I'm right there.
Katie?
Yeah.
They're looking for final approval. Can we give final approval with those conditions?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that if you guys are.
I think for me, I agree that's tight. And if they can drop it even 6 inches, I think that would help. But I think the windows is a more important issue from a rear elevation standpoint. Push those windows in so they're aligned. That will help. And based on what I see in the bedroom,
Yeah, we should be able to do that as long as they're, on board with it. I don't see, functionally, I don't see it causing an issue.
Katie was going to try to unmute the Wells.
So Scott is not muted. I don't know if that's right, Scott, or not, but you're not muted.
There they are.
Oh, we're getting feedback. Yeah.
Okay. 1 second, sorry. Okay, can you hear us now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Thanks, Katie.
Sure.
Yeah, the back windows being discussed, the second story, we're anticipating having a porch added to the rear of the home, so you won't necessarily see or be able to perceive that those windows are not symmetrical. And we're trying to, in the master bedroom in the second floor, get more light into the corners of the room, because we're going to have a ventless fireplace, along that wall on the interior. So we're trying to create some space for that fireplace hearth area in the master bedroom on the second floor.
We're talking about 16 inches. And I don't believe I don't think, Bill, you were talking about moving the lower windows.
No, they stay in line here. Just bring this up.
We're thinking, you have plenty of, I guess the short answer is you have plenty of room to align the upper bedroom windows with the lower windows as they stand. And it'll still add light. It makes the composition of the rear elevation from the outside more consistent, and from a code standpoint, a structural standpoint, if you get it over, you're going to eliminate the problem of the strapping and wind load requirements that you're going to have to deal with anyway.
Yeah,
So,
I think the thing about the windows is that the back of the house, while on this drawing it looks huge, it's actually only 20 feet. So it's not very wide. And as you, for every inch or two you try and sneak those windows in, you lose that space in the center, which already is kind of constrained. I think the reason that we didn't focus on that too much, and I hear you, because typically we like symmetrical like that too. The reason we didn't too much was because we figured in the future, as we come back, and of course we'll talk with you about this, but as we come back and ask to put the porch on with a roof, you won't notice that the windows are offset like that.
I would add also that even now, the tightness of back there with this addition, and I'm picturing where the new garage will be, be hard pressed to view this elevation with or without a back porch. I mean,
true.
That's true
it's
too.
very tight back there, and
Yeah.
and so it's not viewable anybody but the squirrels. And so if it helps you tremendously, I don't know. It's a much better elevation with the windows lined up. There's no doubt about it. But who's going to see it? Is my question.
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes.
Motion for final approval with condition of lowering truss height 6 to 18 inches to relieve tension, and suggestion to line up upper floor windows with lower windows.
Second.
I have a question. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt right in the middle. When we lower the truss height, does that reduce the width of the addition? That's a question for Matt.
No, we would just be lowering the roof line would be lower. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
It'll make the ceiling in those bedrooms much more interesting.
King,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Childs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
So I
Thanks.
seconded the motion. I didn't hear.
What's that?
Who had second? I know Wendy did.
I did. I did.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
3 West Summit, the Bancroft House.
Hello, this is Mike Cato.
Hey, Mike.
Could you guys see me or hear me?
We can see you and hear you.
Okay, because I can't see myself on the screen, so I don't even know what you're seeing.
You look good.
I've been sitting here for 3 hours watching your.
Oh, you've good for
I've been
you.
sitting right here. It's entertaining.
Just try to see what kind of mood we're in today.
Yeah, I always do, just to get a feel for everybody. So we're back. Last time we were here, we had sketches, and today we've got preliminary CAD drawings of the sketches that we had last time. We've made some adjustments based on our conversations, and I see Harry's going through everything right now. The few things that we did, if you're looking at the, we're calling it the front elevation, but really this is the back of the house, even though this is the front that faces Summit Street. The real front of the house is actually facing the village. The real front door faces the other side of the house here. And one of the things that we did here, the biggest thing was really to kind of reduce the size of that garage that's off to the right there. You know, we were kind of emulating a barn there. We had it a couple of feet wider. We had it about 4 feet taller. We had a big cupola on the top of it. We reduced the width of it and reduced the height of it, and we removed the cupola so it's not overpowering the main structure. And we also did not want the ridge height of the new garage to be any higher than sort of the 1920s edition of the old part of the house that we're recreating. The 1920s part of that is where those two square windows are and those double hungs are, just to the left of the P in preliminary. Another thing that we did is we sort of simplified what we're calling the new main entry, which is in that breezeway. We had sort of a more elaborate entrance there, and we discussed whether or not we should remove the side lights or not. And after talking about it with Frank, who's also on the call, he decided that we thought we'd mimic the old doors on the rest of the house because there's plenty of them, but we'd still maintaining side lights on either side just for safety and being able to look out the door in case someone comes up and, you know, rings the doorbell. If we could scroll down to the elevation that's just below here. This is a view that we did not have last time. This is actually looking at it from the corner. Again, this is mostly the old house you're seeing in front of you. We're maintaining the siding, the trim. Right now we're showing it in the same color palettes that the existing house is painted. And you can kind of see in the distance, you know, you could kind of see the garage roof beyond, which is way far back. And you can see in the lower left of this image, the top of the greenhouse. So on this elevation, really nothing's happening except that we're removing one of the first floor. There's a door. There's those 3 windows on the first floor. The middle one's a door. We're turning it into a window. And we're just slightly adjusting one of the windows on the second floor in the master bedroom, but everything else is existing on this. And if you scroll down to where we're calling the rear elevation, I'm sorry, if you scroll up, sorry, they're in a different order. We could talk about this elevation, yeah. So if you look at this elevation here, you know, one of the things we're still grappling with is the grading. And I know we have a site plan in this packet. We're going to be working with a landscape architect on this landscaping, but there are a few different things here that I want to make you aware of. For one thing, we're kind of showing this scooped out sort of courtyard that we talked about before that is anchored by this greenhouse. And there's a lower terrace that's going to walk out to this courtyard space. And then we're going to have steps that go up to the old part of the house. The reality is, and how this is really shaping up, is when you're looking at that lower courtyard area, the grade will still keep going upwards as you walk away from the back of this house. So the reality is, if we're standing like 30 feet back from this facade, we're going to basically see this grade line go straight across. So you're almost not going to see this lower courtyard area because of the fact that you know, it sort of scoops down like a bowl into this area. We're kind of creating this sort of scooped out area. But if you step 30 feet back, 40 feet back, that grade is pretty much even with the top of that hill that's existing. So you're not going to really see like all these lower windows. You're only going to see the very top of this greenhouse. Now this elevation, we've kind of simplified a bit. You know, we've got this upper balcony on this, on the garage that has a pair of French doors that overlooks the village. We have the simple shed dormers on the right-hand side of that garage facing the existing home. One of the comments too that was brought up over the past 2 meetings is that shoulder roof, which is above the, which is a part of that old the oldest part of the house, which is built in, the late 1800s, we're maintaining that roof line. That wasn't maintained the last time I came through here. So we're sort of duplicating the window and that roof just to the left of the belvedere that sticks up through that roof. So you can still see the old part of the main part of the house. And then the 1920s addition or the shoulder kind of leans into that existing part of the house. And if we scroll down to the,
you're not keeping the 20s edition.
we're rebuilding the 1920s edition. So what you're seeing here is very similar to what's there now. We're raising the roof eave height because right now the ceiling's only like 6'2" or something like that in that upper floor, and you can't even stand there. So we're just raising the roof up, and we're just making the windows a little bit taller on that second floor and rebuilding that.
You're trying to keep
Yes, if you look at, we've got photos at the end of this, we could kind of go back and take a quick look at that. You could see that this really does replicate or mimic that 1920s edition, which we're keeping. And we're even going so far as to keeping the little trim piece that is to the left of that window of the old part of the house where the 1920s part butts into. So you'll see in a photo, we'll go down there in a minute. We're keeping that same piece of trim because it sort of stops the older siding from the 1920s siding. So we're going to, in our case here, we'll have the older siding from the original house, then we're going to have like newer fiber cement siding on the 1920s part of the house.
Okay.
If we go to the next elevation, scroll down, this is really simply the garage elevation. We have a 4-car garage looking like a carriage house. We do have like a small metal roof overhang over the central 2-car garage door. And we've got the flanking single-car garage doors on either side. One of the comments that was brought up last time was visibility of this 4-car garage. But the nice thing about the way this is now, and I don't know if I could share my screen, I will in a second, is that the existing carriage house that we're looking to remove, which is closer to the street, closer to Summit Street, actually really does block the view of the existing historic home. And we have a couple of photos that I could show you in a minute of what that looks like. But if we scroll all the way down to maybe where the photos are, I think they're at the end of this presentation. Yeah, those sheets right there. That's the old carriage house. Maybe go to the next sheet up from there. Yeah, there we go. That sheet. If we could kind of see, maybe just scroll up a little bit. Yeah, so this is really good, Harry. So this upper left photo shows that condition that we're maintaining. That was sort of a discussion point last time. That taller window, even though it's flat with the 1920s edition, right? Thank you. That section right there, even though we're rebuilding it, we're maintaining that condition. You could even see that little piece of trim to the left of that window that separates the two different sidings. And if we could blow into that photograph, you'd see that the siding doesn't even quite match up from one side to the other of that piece of trim. I don't know if I'm allowed, could I share my screen at all?
Yeah, I gotta stop sharing. Katie, you on so you can share?
Harry, it looks like it's giving me the option to. I don't know if Mike has it also.
All right, I stopped sharing.
Okay, I'm pulling up something right here. I don't know if you could see this or not. For some reason.
Here we go.
Oh, now I see myself. For some reason, all the videos were shut off on here. I feel like I'm talking into nothing. So this photo here, again, kind of shows the walking down Summit Street, and you see the existing carriage house, which is close to the street. It does block the house. You can see the house behind. It's pretty well blocked. Our new garage is going to be like over here, where you're seeing this grass on the other side of this staircase that goes up. These trees are going to, we're trying to maintain as much of the existing trees as possible. I'm going to have, hang on a second here. I wanted to get out of here. Hang on one 1 second. I don't know why I have this thing came up. I'm gonna stop sharing for a minute. I don't know if I lost you guys or not.
No, you're still there.
We're all here.
Okay, sorry about that. All these things keep popping up. And I've told you guys I'm not good at computers. So again, these are, maybe if I could point to this a little bit better. All right. This is a slightly more updated Summit Street elevation that I wanted to share with you, because the one that was up there was a little off. This is the you could probably see me pointing now. This is the 1920s reconstructed addition. Again, this wall is already here. We're just raising the roof line. There's a double hung window here that we're maintaining. We're just making it a little bit taller. There's a small square window here that we're going to turn into a double hung because it's part of a bedroom now. There's an existing square window here that we're keeping. It's part of a pantry, and this is an existing window that we're keeping. We're going to replace the window, but the location of the windows is it's still there. And then the plans are, I mean, I'm not going to walk through the plans. I know you guys have seen this twice already, but these are the plans. The floor plan is pretty much similar to what you saw before.
Can I see a photograph of the north elevation, please?
Photograph of the north elevation?
Where you were just showing us, the window treatment beside the north front door.
You're talking about this area right here?
Nope, the other side, the north front door.
Facing Summit.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
This is like kind of the old back door on the house. And this is our new front door right over here.
I'm looking for a photograph of
this
new back door then, that one. Yes.
Okay.
And the window beside it.
That's actually, I'm going to stop screen sharing. If we could go back to Harry's, if we go back to Harry's screen, that was on his, on that photo sheet.
You see it?
Second to last. Yeah.
Yeah, there, maybe just shrink that image a little bit. It's in there somewhere.
There it is. To the
There it is in the lower right. You see it's like two windows and there's a door.
Yeah, I'm looking for what is now
Right
the
there.
pantry window.
It's above the
go-
gazebo,
scroll
Harry.
up
The,
a
pi-
little
the picture
tiny
above
bit.
the gazebo.
There it
That's it.
is.
All right, so we're getting rid of one of those
So there's these two square
grand
windows.
windows, huh? Okay. So the pantry window is already there as a pantry window, isn't it?
Right. So the pantry
Good.
windows, there's a pantry window. The window on the first floor, far right, in this far right picture is
All
still
right,
staying there.
thank you. That's all I need.
Okay. The window above stays too.
Thank
And
you.
we're actually maintaining the one that's around the corner too. There's a double hung around the corner, just to the right of that downspout. That's going to stay there too.
Thank you.
Just slightly taller size.
Have you spoken with the neighbor to the west?
So there's two neighbors to the west, Harry. There's
Yeah,
one
yeah.
on Summit and one on Cottage.
Yeah, have
Um,
you been speaking with them on the progression here?
Yeah, I have. There's two different concerns, depending on which neighbor. The one on Summit, the concerns are twofold that he would have. One is what can we do to kind of maintain some sight lines of them having views, and went out there and I talked to Jim with regards to those. The other concern they have is right now they have a lot of water that runs off this property heading west and kind of comes in towards their driveway there. With us building up the driveway, it's our belief that, so right now the lot pitches from east to west.
Right.
But because we're building up the west side, some of that pitch will actually be maintained and our
Okay.
drainage system should take it out to the street. And then we kind of talked about specifically where the sight lines are.
Okay.
The neighbor on the cottage side of it, they obviously have concerns related to the prior project that caused erosion of the hill, and the hill on the south side of cottage. They don't want to see the same thing happen here, as obviously we don't either. And to that end, I've been working with Craig, and I don't want to butcher his last name, but Corse, or
Craig Corse.
Cawrsd. And so I've talked to him about, frankly, he's doing the work for the village on the lot below, and I'm just going to work directly with him and have him do whatever clearing is done, so it's consistent with what he believes is appropriate for the village.
Okay. You see, I have a note here because you have a discharge. I don't know if you can hit the storm sewer, if we, on your final plans, you know, maybe since they have a rain garden. I mean, that's a whole nother discussion there, but I just want you to be aware of it. Jim Lorenz, who lives on Summit Street, did reach out to me. And I did send him a copy of these plans because as you mentioned, he does have some concerns about runoff and stuff like that. So I just want that to be on the record.
And we did talk about possibly making the west edge of the driveway there have a rain garden element if necessary, if the water wasn't being carried else, through the rest of the kind of design of it. But that being said, where right now where you see surface area drainage,
yes,
right now that's all pitched sloping towards his house. Really from where we have the terrace all the way through the carriage house and driveway. And obviously we're going to be getting rid of a lot of that slope towards his house too, which should immediately minimize what the runoff would be.
Perfect.
So while we're on this, this particular plan, first of all, I've known Craig for 35 years and there's nobody better as far as I'm concerned with respect to water issues and landscaping. So you got a good guy there, and that's the reason why the city hired him. So anything draining off out of this site is going to be addressed by him and done well. The retaining wall, for me, for the driveway is a bit of an issue, and I think it looks like. Did you mark that, Harry? What is the height of the retaining wall?
Those are my markups. I didn't really do anything with the height of the wall yet. I was just making some field comments. So.
I think that needs to be elevated. The retaining wall showing as it comes, or like a section cut through the existing grading at the property line, showing how that retaining wall is going to project out of the ground as it reaches that turnaround in, the parking space or whatever, the turnoff in the rear. And then the same thing as you come around to the edge of the garage. I mean, you show it in the elevation, but that I don't think the rear elevation shows how that driveway is really projecting up by the time it gets. Yeah, I don't think that's a realistic interpretation. You can't hold dirt at a 60-degree angle. So how that is transitioned down into that space behind the barn or garage, I think we need to know more information about that.
How far off the patio are the lower breezeway windows? The one where the hand is now?
There's a what you're seeing here is you're seeing the grade line. We're calling it the upper terrace, and then there's going to be 2 steps down to a lower terrace. So those windows will probably be about 16 inches off the ground. Once you get back underneath that area, that's a covered veranda right there.
Mm-hmm.
And I totally agree. These grade lines are just kind of like conceptual right now. We're in the middle of working on these grades back here. So yeah, I agree. The dirt can't be a 60-degree angle there, but we'll be addressing that shortly.
Yeah, I personally think that the whole concept of or what you've done to bring this structure down, even though it's still a big structure, and the concept that once you get 30 or 40 feet back from this house, as you're going down the hill into the property that's going to be a park, you're gonna read a baseline for this house that is, more like the top of the garage,
Right.
What you're.
Thank you for working on that. Really, I agree with
Oh,
those
yeah.
comments. Thank you so
Yeah, I
much for
agree.
working on that.
Yeah, we have to go uphill before we go back downhill. So you're going to see it'll feel flat from the back. This
Right.
elevation
Feel
like
and
a
look
cross
flat.
section.
It'll feel and look flat, and I really like that. I mean,
Do we have any comments? Are there any neighbors on that want to speak? Because we're going to do a demo here.
That's right.
I don't know if there's anybody on or not.
Is this a public hearing, Harry?
No, I did not send out, we did a public hearing before. I did not send out
Oh, okay.
notices.
Oh,
so.
okay.
I do see a couple of the neighbors though are listed in the attendees, so.
Yep, I'm promoting Jim Lorenz. He had raised his hand, so.
Yeah, I'm here now, if you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
Good, good. So, yeah, I'll just give my comments. And Frank and I have been talking, and I appreciate Frank, as you know, keep me in the loop. And the two items that we talked about before, which are runoff above everything else, absolutely top priority for me. View lines, I understand. I've been out putting my own little stakes in there for my view. So, I understand that part of it. The wall that you were just talking about and the height of that wall is unknown right now. And probably my, concern, if you want to call it that, is, what's that going to look like from my outdoor living space, looking up this hill? Which is gradual now, am I suddenly going to have a wall, and how high is that wall? So that's it. I mean, those are my concerns. You've been addressing them as you've gone through, but this is the one I just don't want to be looking up at a side of something obtrusive.
Sure.
Hey,
And
Harry,
more so,
can you go back?
there's the wall, which can be covered, but there's also the, from the beginning, from when you heard me talk probably, and when we were trying to save this thing, it's the view going across there. So, and they're being addressed, but that's still an unknown for me.
So Jim, just one comment so that you know, if you look at the view Harry has right now, and what I guess is the south, but we'll call it the top of the driveway where the little back-in area to turn around is, we're actually looking at trying to cut that back and instead grade it a little bit so it, on your sight line, it actually decreases it more.
Yeah, and I don't have I don't need control of this thing, but just to put it in perspective, you could see my existing garage.
Yeah.
And if you keep moving down from there, estimating somewhere in that, let me see where you are right now. Here's the existing, the back of my house is probably about where my name is. Maybe where my wife's name is, Beth, over there.
Mhm.
So most of our views, if you will, not to be enclosed, kind of go at that angle going across probably to the word surface area,
Okay.
So suddenly if we had I have no idea how the height of this is right now.
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it shows the corner of the driveway at 1016 and kind of the middle of the driveway by the garage there currently is 1017.
Mhm.
So we're actually a foot below, Jim, what you currently are kind of where it says drainage.
Mhm.
That back area there is a foot below that, so it's actually coming down a little.
Mhm. Yeah, it goes up and then it starts to slope back down.
Okay.
Well, there's my topography lesson, but thank you.
Okay, we're certainly headed in the right direction. I think I'm hearing a lot of comfort involved here. Given that positive direction, we should address the demolition request. Final time, are there any neighbors who have any comments to make?
Raise your hand. I've got one more. Brian Shorts here.
Okay.
Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry about that. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Just want to thank everyone for, it was an incredibly long meeting today and still staying attentive to this. You know, we have, as Jim mentioned, when we were trying to fight to save this place, there's probably about 2,000 other people who'd be interested if they could in sitting in on this. I guess I just want to raise the same question I raised last time, which is, is there a geotechnical report or is there going to be a geotechnical report submitted for the property? And if so, can we get a copy of it? And I'm also interested in the retaining wall in terms of, again, what the height of it is, what the depth of it is, what the purpose of it is.
So we are going to have a
Gary, can you address that?
I'll let the applicant, he's going to address it. We
Okay.
addressed that in one meeting ago about a geotech, so I'll let the
Yeah,
applicant
so
talk.
we are engaging a geotech for a report. Mike, I don't know if you know the name of the individual. I don't off the top of my head, but it is somebody who's worked with the property before. So we're trying to stick consistent with regards to that, but making sure we're following all the advice that does come from him.
Well, and then now that we've got this drawn in CAD, this is when we start to flip it over to our structural engineer. So we get our structural engineer hooked up with the soil engineer, and we start to evaluate, the various, foundations.
Who's doing your structural?
I think we're having, we work with like 3 different structural engineers. It's either gonna be Matt Orvik or it'll be Craig Cohen.
Okay.
We've been working with both of them for years and years and years.
Okay.
Is the city planning to also do any geotechnical work for the park below?
That I would have to address that with Craig Course. I'm not certain on that, Brian. But I can look into it for you.
Right, and there is the pre-existing report, of course, that talks about the landslide risk and the inherent the complexity of that soil up there.
Right.
What is the level of approval for the incoming structure that we need to have, Harry? Is it preliminary?
Well, if you think you've got enough information here to give them preliminary approval, I would, you could do that. Obviously, they have to get a demolition approval of the accessory structure, but typically if you read the code, you need to see final drawings of the new addition before you can grant demolition.
Well, is that true if it's an accessory structure? I mean, if somebody wants to take down a garage and build a new garage.
Yeah, but it's over 100 years old if you read the HSR.
Oh, okay, you're right.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, you can give them preliminary approval for this addition. At least that gives them, now they can start forging ahead, working on finals.
Okay, so we're not doing demolition today evidently because we can't.
Correct.
I just had a couple quick comments. I'll make it really short because I know the meeting's long, but if I could go to the front elevation, please, and I'll try to be as fast as possible here. First of all, I have always liked your project, and I think it's commendable, Frank, that you've taken on this project to save this house and do this addition. I've always liked the existing house with the link in the barn. My only concern here is that, and maybe you could just answer these quickly there, Mike. This eave right here is behind this. Well, hold on just a second. This eave of this link dies the gutter and everything behind this volume, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. And then my other comment was that, and I know we've talked about this, is we have this front entry, which is really the front entry. Then we have this, which I understand, Frank, you're trying to make that more or less your front entry, where everyone's going to come and probably want to celebrate that. But I was just wondering to still have, would it be possible just to downplay this a little bit, do this hood with some brackets, and then
as far as this door, you know, in traditional architecture, you never do a full thing of glass. Usually you always want to pick up a panel and have a panel over here and then have the glass above. Again, these are just minor things. Again, I'm just trying to not have so much emphasis on this side entry versus the front.
17 River
And then my only other comment is, to me, and maybe there's a reason you did this, but usually when you do these windows, it'd be nice to have this window centered about right here. To me, there's not very much field here, and it feels like it's fallen off the composition of that facade. And it'd be nice to maybe center that
Right.
and center.
Don't wait on
just
me.
do-
Don't wait on
That's
me.
my only comments.
Okay. Fair enough. We did talk about the brackets on either side of that door, and I think, Frank, excuse me if I'm wrong, but I thought you liked the columns there. Maybe that needs to be a little lower or something there.
I like them. I will tell you, in my house, I got outvoted. My wife liked them. That was my biggest hurdle. We did look at, based on your prior comments, also we considered bringing it down a touch, whatever that top would be called, the roof line within there, and let a
Like it's
little
too
bit of
tall.
the siding through that might de-emphasize it a little, taking into consideration your prior conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, the brackets are a nice addition on that secondary door, as Bill's talking about, because it's bringing in, it's kind of it's reading to the Italianate features on the existing building. So
Okay, we're getting into final approval type discussions and we should move on. I move for preliminary approval. Things to be discussed are the north, what do you call the door we were just talking about? The north new front door and around it. The geotechnical concerns must be addressed very much in full. A report to be received and reviewed by the village and made available to the public. Other than liking everything, what
retaining wall.
the retaining wall and it's full when it's designed to know exactly what that is, and drainage, obviously geotechnical discussed.
Steve, I think you need to have a landscape plan too.
Thank you, Harry. Landscape plan.
That would come from course if you wanted to.
Right.
Course is doing the clearing plan, but not the landscape plan at this point.
Okay.
But so that I understand, we need a landscape plan for approval.
Yeah, and that should probably incorporate the retaining wall, the information on the retaining wall and stuff like that.
All right, because my only concern on the landscape plan for approval is frankly, I have no idea where budget's hitting at this point. And that's obviously a significant factor in the landscape plan.
Okay.
I think that because of the structural nature of the driveway and the retaining wall that's related to it, you need to, I'm a landscape plan is the soft stuff and the hard stuff typically.
Yeah.
But you've got hard stuff here, hardscaping, that needs to be incorporated into the land, the architecture side of this.
Okay.
In order for us to understand. I mean, if you don't plant one bush, this still has to work. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you want to see a hardscape landscape plan that's going to address the retaining wall and the driveway and the drainage.
Yes.
Correct.
That's fine. That, I mean, we need that anyways to make sure it's working.
Right.
So I second the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, we have motion and a second. Childs,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Mailer.
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you guys so much for your time. Good luck finishing the meeting.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
All
What's
right,
for
see ya.
dinner? What's for dinner?
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Luckily, we have a restaurateur on our last, and he brought lunch.
Yeah,
Lunch? Where is it?
that would be the
It has to
angle
be
here,
from
folks.
87, because 17, because.
Give me my address where I'm sitting.
It didn't open yet. Okay. On our docket, we have 87 first.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And
Thank you very
Afternoon,
much.
actually.
It's good afternoon.
Thank you for not
Yeah.
tabling us.
Rick and Rick, yeah.
Rick and Rick.
Again.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, so yeah, you had the existing one up there, and then here is our proposal. There's also a colored version of this. This takes into account much of our, basically all of our discussion from the last time. The little dormer stays, the roof is flat, the engaged pilasters against the building below the signboard remain. We carry the roof across, which I think ties everything together very well. The new patio on the right side there behind the fountain is gone. The fountain remains. And the gable still comes out 6 foot 6 inches plus or minus. So that's it in a nutshell. I guess it's up for discussion. You guys have had a long day. We've had a long morning as well, watching. You guys have so much fun. So here we are. So, and again, we're going to keep as much of that wide siding as we can and match the profile and carry that around the corner. And I mean, we did change the doors on the front back to an oval light style that is consistent with what's there now. So that should be pretty cool. And I don't know, that's it.
I'm personally fine with this. I think it solves a lot of the issues we had. It has a nice entablature, nice columns. It looks like they tried to address the lights. To me, it looks like it's for what they have to work with. I think it's a nice solution, and I have no other really further comment.
It must be a motion.
Unless, well, I don't want to.
Can I just see that? Can you call up the next right side elevation real quick, Harry? The next, no, down. The
Oh,
drawing
down? The
Yeah.
rendering? Okay.
Okay. All righty. Do we ever, and then can you go back up again? I'm just trying to see how those windows tie into the inn. Right, Rick? Those windows tie together?
Right, it all does. We did our best to keep that
Okay.
pane size consistent, at least proportionally. And yeah, I mean, it's been a long road, but I think
I think it works. I think it
we're all
works.
happy with it.
Was part of this package, did it include the raised patio in the back? I had a question about how this is quick, the raised patio impacts the guest rooms.
It does.
I don't know if that's part of this package.
It's in here. There were no comments on it last time. You guys said that was all good.
Yeah,
but,
I had an outside comment and I tried to, I don't know if the person's on and I just thought I'd ask.
Is this what you're looking for, Wendy?
Yeah, where it's the raised patio area and if Rick, if you could just talk shortly about how that impacts guest rooms, looking straight into guest rooms where people are sitting.
Yeah, it kind of really doesn't with, there's a plan view of this somewhere, Harry, that might be helpful.
So it's those two windows I'm seeing, it looks like on a second floor level, or guest room windows.
Right, so those are back beyond though.
So do you have anywhere that seating area is looking, you're sitting and you're looking in somebody's guest room?
But you're far away from it. So the seating area is out by the back edge of the existing bar, and then there's a roof between you and the guest room. That guest room's like 20 feet away.
Okay.
Maybe you should go to the photos. If you can go to the photos of that back area, that shows it better in terms of the.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have the photos. I don't have the photos loaded up.
But you say it's like 20 feet from any view into a guest room window?
It is. It's the whole depth of the bar.
Okay, I wanted to ask that. I think
anyway, yeah, you can.
I appreciate your work on the facade the facade and the side elevations.
Thank you.
Yes. And we expect a brass plaque on Wendy's fountain.
Architecture Review Board Chair.
I move to approve as presented.
Second,
Motion by King, second by Naylor. Childs.
Yes.
Naylor.
yes.
King.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Um,
Moving on to our last one.
And this was something that we talked about at the last meeting. We had kind of a strange meeting that day. I subsequently did spend some time with George, who unfortunately, I guess he's still pretty sick, huh?
Yeah.
That stuff sucks. I had it and it was no fun. Anyway, so what we did, our revision is basically to gang two skylights together and center them under the existing windows. The frame on the skylight will match the color of the roof as absolutely close as we can get it. We put the 3 skylights that we agreed upon over on the right side there on the bigger piece of roof. So
I thought we voted on this.
we had a different rhythm to them and you didn't like it. And you kind of said,
I thought we voted on it. We were going to have, I think, 3. In fact, it was a correction because Joan interpreted wide to be white. And I said 3 wide skylights on the wider area, wide, you know, hence wide, and there were no skylights on the long run at all.
Yeah, that's we were we were in all honesty going to appeal that decision to council.
One thing I thought about is when these are lit from below, they will glow in the dark across the river.
Actually, there's all down lights up there, so I don't know that you're going to get a lot of uplight coming through them. And typically they look pretty cool and they're not lit all night. But
you have down lights how? I mean, on the ceiling, you mean?
Recess lights up in the ceiling.
Track heads
Yeah.
facing downward.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah, there's no real light coming up through them.
Reflected light, that's it.
it's a heavily tinted skylight. The frame of the skylight matches the metal that we chose for the roof. We think that these skylights actually are going to go away, and you're not going to notice them much at all, especially now that the roof and the flashing match.
Phil and Bill, what are your comments on this skylight issue?
I understand Steve's concerns, but I think the fact that you're going to have lights below, you're going to have lights above, you've got windows there. These skylights aren't going to add any significant amount of extra light to what you've already got when the restaurant's open, and that it's going to matter significantly.
Bill, what do you think?
Last time when they presented this, I pondered this quite a bit and didn't really have a lot of comment at the time because I really had to think hard about it. And since we gave them these skylights, I don't see why, and especially if they line these up with these mullions, why we wouldn't give them these skylights too. And I thought about this a lot because I know it's not on the front of the building, but I know they've got that iconic view looking down at the river. But again, I think during the daytime, if most skylights, if they have the tinted glass and the same color as the roof, they're gonna just pretty much look like the same ones we've already approved here. And there's some sort of order now to them. There's not as many. So I now that I see this, I'm fine with it.
Okay. I think I'm okay with it.
Okay, let's go.
Motion to approve plans as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion by Naylor, seconded by Childs. King,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Childs.
Yes.
Okay,
All right, thanks, everybody.
thank you.
Thanks.
thank you for all you do. Great
Yep.
service to the
Oh,
city.
thanks for-
Thank you.
Thank you
Appreciate
for
it.
coming around and making it
It's been a
beautiful.
long day during the holidays. I appreciate all you do. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys earned your
Thank
keep
you.
today, that's for sure.
Thank
Steve,
you.
Any walk-ins today? No walk-ins, right?
I thought there might have been one, but I told him there was no guarantee that you.
So no,
Right of old age.
Talk about something if you want to, but I'm saying no.
Quick, adjourn, Steve, quick.
I'm just thinking whether we should put a stop on anything over 12.
Yeah.
We
the- the
refuse them or
denotes.
something like that. Contemplate that. Let's not
It's gonna
discuss.
take me to type.
Part of what
this
happened
in.
there, Stephen, and I get that, Harry and I talked about this, is that, you come in the first time with a 20-day lead time, and then after that, it's 11 days. So he had all these people that were in, like ahead of us, we're old business. I don't know how you would not hear us, because we've been through it, but he had everybody else was in at 20 days and we were in at 11 days, and it just, I don't
Yeah.
know. Tough one.
Yeah, it's a dilemma.
Yeah, that's something that I think we need to talk about, our submission deadlines and these 20 days versus 11 days, because it gets very confusing. And it backs the agendas up too. I mean, like Rick said, you got old business. Not
You're holding people up, I know.
right. So.
Maybe
Okay.
this is we're done riding this big wave.
Thank
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. This meeting is.
Have a good day.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Merry Christmas,
All
y'all.
right. Very well.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Bye.